Okay, good morning, everyone. Welcome to our June 8th Investment Committee meeting. It's great to see all of you. I know we're going to take the roll in a minute, but I just wanted to welcome to the CalSTRS board Blake Johnson, who is a representative for the Superintendent of Public Education, Tony Thurman. So Blake, welcome, and we look forward to getting a chance to meet you in person, hopefully not too long in the distant future. Alex, thanks for joining us. Why don't you go ahead and call roll?
Will do. Good morning, everyone. Ms. Hendricks?
Here.
Mr. Kiley?
Here.
Mr. Pursuant?
Here.
Ms. Erden?
Here.
Ms. Yamamoto?
Here.
With the Director of Finance, Ms. Miller?
Here.
With the State Treasurer, Mr. Rufino?
Present.
The Superintendent of Public Instruction, Mr. Johnson?
Here.
Controller Yee?
Here.
Chairperson Higa, you have a quorum.
Great, thank you very much. Before we get into our agenda, there are just a couple of notes I'd like to comment on for the public. The board will have a 10-minute public comment period at the end of each agenda item. Public comment after each item will be limited to the agenda item topic, and there will also be an additional opportunity for statements from the public for items that are not pertaining to a specific agenda item. Individuals that wish to speak to the board web conference should dial into the public comment line, which is 833-986-0555, and wait in the call-in queue. Each speaker will be allowed a maximum of 3 minutes for their presentation. If there's not enough time for speakers to have 3 minutes, the timing will be at the chair's discretion. And I understand that we have a number of callers in the queue, so anticipate that speaking time will be reduced as a result today. The Teachers Retirement Board meetings are live web streamed and video archived, which are available to the public at calstrs.com. To protect the privacy of minors who wish to address the board, public commenters under the age of 18 only state their name and affiliated organization, but should not share any personal identifying information such as last name, age, or school. So now we'll move to the agenda. Our first agenda item is approval of the committee agenda. Any modifications or questions? Okay, could I have a motion to approve the agenda in a second?
Move approval.
Thank you, Gail.
Second.
Great. Okay. Thanks, Bill. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay. Now we'll go to an opportunity for statements from the public, and we'll open up the public comment line, and we'll turn it over to Samantha, who is going to help manage our speakers. Samantha?
We'll wait for the timer to come up.
And you know what, Samantha, I'm sorry. Before we start, even if we just met in June, I'm already feeling like I'm a little bit out of practice. There are a couple of comments that I wanted to make before we go into public comment. I just wanted to share with those listening that CalSTRS does accept public comment in two forms, both verbally and in writing. Before we start taking the verbal comments, I just want to summarize some of the written communications that the board has received since our June board meeting. We've received a number of form letters coming out of some form letter campaigns from Fossil Free California and several youth activist organizations who initiated a form email campaign around February 27th regarding CalSTRS divestment from Enbridge. We have received a total of 393 emails since the June meeting. And then in addition, we've received 15 handwritten emails to the board since June regarding fossil fuel divestment. On some other topics, in addition to those that were brought forward by Fossil Free California, we also have received a letter from the American Federation of Teachers and the Massachusetts Nurses Association requesting that CalSTRS engage with Tenet Healthcare Corporation, a Dallas-based company that CalSTRS has exposure to. The letter shared that 800 nurses in Massachusetts are on strike, and Tenet Healthcare refuses to improve staffing to ensure patient care. CalSTRS staff has responded on behalf of the board, referring to our stewardship and engagement priorities. In addition, United for Respect sent an additional letter to CalSTRS staff and board members on July 1st. Next week on July 12th, some CalSTRS external affairs team members will be meeting with United for Respect regarding a private equity company, BC Partners, and their management of PetSmart. So we just wanted to share that those are some of the communications that we've received outside of the board meeting, and now we'll turn it over to Samantha to manage the public comment. Samantha?
Our first caller will be Paul. Paul, go ahead.
Hello, thank you very much. My name is Paul Banson. I'm a member and former statewide officer of the Student California Teachers Association, and I'm speaking in support of divestment from fossil fuels and to insist that CalSTRS uphold their pledge to prioritize their fiduciary responsibility by divesting from fossil fuels. There is now undeniable data showing that the future value of fossil fuel stocks are going to continue to drop dramatically. Since the Paris Climate Agreement, hundreds of nations and states are now committing to reducing their use of fossil fuels. In July of 2019, for example, the state of New York enacted new legislation that mandates a reduction in greenhouse gas emissions from fossil fuel use. The target is a 40% reduction within the next 10 years and 85% by 2050. Because of this type of environmental legislation, Moody's downgraded the credit rating of ExxonMobil in November 2019 from stable to negative. Moreover, Exxon's brand has just taken a huge hit from a recent expose of the company's political lobbying and public relations tactics, which includes the use of quote unquote shadow groups to undermine regulatory legislation. One way or another, fossil fuels are losing value.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Okay, our next caller will be Derek.
Hello, my name is Garrett Shore. I'm a member of the CTA. I'm speaking in support of divestment from fossil fuels. It is morally repugnant to hold stocks in the companies knowingly destroying the planet our students will inherit. That should be reason enough to divest. However, in this situation, you're not only on the wrong side of history, but also are abdicating your fiduciary responsibility. If we do not divest soon, we risk finding ourselves with stranded assets. The Principles for Responsible Investing Group, a UN-supported research organization, forecasts major changes in our energy system as we move away from fossil fuels and a rapid rise in renewables, including solar, wind, and hydropower, which are predicted to generate 74% of all power by 2040. During this global energy transition, fossil fuel stocks will, of course, become stranded and worthless. The future stability and growth of our pension fund requires divestment from fossil fuels. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next caller will be Julie. Julie, go ahead.
Hello. I am a humanities teacher. I've spent the last 20 years encouraging my students to be deep thinkers and caring people and to make the world a better place. As teachers, we expect our retirement fund to invest our money in ways that are morally right and financially strategic. CalSTRS, our own teachers' retirement fund, has been disgracefully out of step with what teachers want, investing our hard-earned money in fossil fuels, a doomed industry that's financially unstable and is quite simply wrecking the planet. It is especially urgent that CalSTRS divest from Enbridge and its Line 3 pipeline. Every teacher I have spoken to is appalled that our retirement funds are supporting Line 3, which is environmentally disastrous in its effort to expand the dying tar sands industry. Line 3's expansion through Minnesota is also an example of the racial injustice and indigenous treaty violations that are all too typical of the fossil fuel industry. The idea that CalSTRS can positively engage with Enbridge about their
30 seconds.
disastrous pipeline constructive is a false narrative. The only way to engage is to cut ties with the fossil fuel industry and focus on financially sound investments that contribute to a healthy future. You are entrusted with teachers' money, and we call on you to divest now. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next caller will be Sunny. Sunny, go ahead.
Hello, this is Sunny Galbraith. I'm a CTA member and Sonoma County teacher. I'm reading a statement by Dr. Christopher S. Anderson, a CTA delegate who sits on the CTA Retirement Committee. I am speaking in support of divestment from fossil fuels and to respond to claims made by Kevin Welch, chairman of the CTA Retirement Committee, to the CalSTRS board on June 10th. Mr. Welch claimed that the strategy of engagement has been shown to be effective by ExxonMobil's appointment of 3 new directors backed by CalSTRS. The implication is that these new directors are environmental activists and will usher in some kind of new era where ExxonMobil stops burning fossil fuels. First, to claim victory before any substantive action to reduce the burning of fossil fuels has been taken is extremely irresponsible. Second, the 3 new directors are hardly environmental activists. All 3 are either former energy executives or corporate financiers. The fact is, this move by ExxonMobil is nothing but empty window dressing and an attempt to delay climate action, and should be recognized as such. We cannot expect a corporation that fights the term climate change through disinformation and anti-climate lobbying in the name of profit is going to be influenced to change unless we affect their bottom line through divestment. I'm calling on CalSTRS to take leadership in addressing the climate crisis by divesting from fossil fuel companies. And to add my own comment, this is Sunny, the impact of the climate crisis on the mental health of students is staggering. In a recent survey, 71% of Sonoma County students stated that they have a fear of the future. The impact of the yearly wildfire crises was the #1 factor contributing to this fear and to the resulting anxiety and depression plaguing our students. That our teachers' earnings are invested in the very companies who are drivers of the climate crisis is an unconscionable betrayal of the young people who we have devoted our lives to serve. CalSTRS must divest from all fossil fuel holdings.
Okay, our next caller will be Mark. Mark, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Mark Norberg. I am a CTA delegate, and I'm here to respond to claims made by CalSTRS at our April State Assembly. It was reported that, quote, when CalSTRS divested from tobacco 10 years ago, the CalSTRS fund lost $5 billion, unquote. I contacted CalSTRS about this claim on May 7th and asked to see their data. In a response from the External Affairs Department, I was told that CalSTRS is unable to provide the specific stocks or indexes, custom or otherwise, that we divested from, is also unable to tell me the specific dollar amounts that were divested, and is unable to tell me the specific stocks or indexes that we reinvested that money into. I was informed that the $5 billion number comes not from looking at our specific divestments, but rather by comparing our fund to other funds, which include the stocks we now exclude. Until such time as CalSTRS can provide the specific dollar amount that our divestments lost or gained, I am formally requesting that you report back to the CTA that the previous statement of a $5 billion loss has not been substantiated. I thank you all so very much for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Our next caller will be Shelley. Shelley, go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Shelley Erke, and I'm a middle school teacher and executive board member for the Santa Monica Malibu Classroom Teachers Association, where our representative assembly unanimously passed a resolution calling on CalSTRS to divest from fossil fuels. I am also an elected CTA State Council delegate. I felt compelled to speak today after hearing the chair of CTA's Retirement Committee speak against fossil fuel divestment to this board, claiming to be speaking on behalf of CTA. Please note, there has been no formal vote or declaration by CTA on fossil fuel divestment, and his views were personal or, at best, that of one committee. I also wanted to speak after hearing Chris Ailman claim that divestment is not a responsible investment. BlackRock, the largest asset manager on the planet, recently released a study of their mammoth client base, concluding portfolios that divested, quote, experienced no negative financial impacts from fossil fuel divestment, and in fact showed evidence of modest improvement in fund return, end quote. This study is just one in a growing body of evidence that shows divestment is, in fact, financially responsible. So I asked this board to commit to a swift fossil fuel divestment strategy. I also asked that this board provide relevant current research substantiating claims of negative effects of fossil fuel divestment or publicly retract statements that divestment is not responsible. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Our next caller will be Park. Park, go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Park Guthrie. I'm a teacher and CTA member. Thank you, CalSTRS board, for your important work. Today, I urge the educators on the CalSTRS board to call for a discussion of fossil fuel divestment. You alone on the CalSTRS board are mandated reporters. Only you have a special duty to act when you witness child neglect. Climate neglect organized by the fossil fuel industry is child neglect, disproportionately impacting children of color. The financial sector works to protect all of us, but especially you and your roles as board members from this terrible reality. The recent and upcoming deadly heat waves and the ethically shocking Exxon Gate tapes and Enbridge Line 3 actions give us all a precious opportunity to see past the social structures which protect us from the fact of climate child neglect and environmental racism. No other group of mandated reporters in the world has as much power as the six of you do to challenge the social license of the fossil fuel industry. Please call for divestment today. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, our next caller will be Kai. Kai, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Kai Guthrie. I'm 18 years old. I've just graduated from a California public school, and I am the son of a CalSTRS member. I'm here to speak in support of divestment from fossil fuels. I'm an organizer of the youth-led Sunrise Movement, and I recently marched 70 miles from Santa Rosa to San Francisco in order to push national leaders in the federal government to take climate more seriously and invest in good-paying jobs to stop the climate crisis. When we mentioned to others that were with us that CalSTRS has not divested, their response was, how can they trust Exxon? I would ask the board, do you really trust Exxon? Do you really trust that they're being sincere with you when you engage with them? Do you trust them
30 seconds.
when they admit on camera that when the lobbyist admits that they're messing with climate science, do you trust them with my dad's money? And I think the answer is no. Please divest from fossil fuels. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next caller will be Pamela.
Hi, my name is Pamela Orgill. I'm a teacher librarian and a CTA member. I urge the board to divest my retirement money from Enbridge and their destructive and racist Line 3 project and all fossil fuel projects. In my statement, I want to bring into the meeting Indigenous voices from the front line who are directly impacted by CalSTRS investments in Enbridge. I'm going to be playing two short clips from Indigenous activists, climate activists. The first clip is Sasha Bailu.
Investors like CalSTRS have real effects on my people here. CalSTRS giving money to them and thinking they can get them to be green is the absolute opposite of what we want.
The second Indigenous activist that I'm going to be playing right now her name is Tara Huska. I apologize if I'm saying the name wrong.
Enbridge owns Line 3. Enbridge plans to send almost 960,000 barrels a day of tar sands from Alberta down through the headwaters of the Mississippi River to the shore of Lake Superior. It plans to continue the expansion of the fossil fuel industry, the emissions equivalent of 50 coal-fired plants, and putting just in this territory alone over 800 wetlands, 200 water bodies, 22 rivers. That's what Enbridge seeks to contaminate with its tar sands. It is billing it as a replacement project. It is a project. It's a brand new pipeline, a brand new route. They want a new route because they want a new corridor.
Okay, in closing, I ask, which board members are not willing to divest my retirement money from Enbridge? I ask and demand divest from Enbridge and fossil fuels now. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next caller will be Sarah. Sarah, go ahead.
Hi, this is Sarah Jones. I'm a math professor at Santa Rosa Junior College in Sonoma County. I'm devoting my sabbatical to studying climate change issues and creating classroom examples related to sustainability. Our community is on the front lines of climate change. After 4 years of devastating wildfires and historic drought, our faculty union and academic senate both voted unanimously to send letters to CalSTRS to divest from fossil fuels. In your discussion, please respond to the following claims made by Chris Ailman of CalSTRS, which have not been substantiated. At our April State Assembly meeting, he claimed that engaging companies to change them as a large investor is a better way to get change than divesting, pulling out money, and walking away. However, this claim is contradicted by a comprehensive study by the Transition Pathway Initiative. TPI is a global investment research initiative backed by companies representing $29 trillion in assets, including CalPERS. TPI assessed 59 oil and gas companies and found that none are on track to align their emissions with a 2 degrees centigrade temperature rise by 2050. We need CalSTRS to provide research that substantiates large investor engagement has produced a reduction in fossil fuel industry carbon emissions, or retract this claim. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next caller will be Jennifer. Jennifer, go ahead.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Investment Committee members. My name is Jennifer Baker, and I'm representing the California Retired Teachers Association. CalRTA would like to continue to thank you for the systemic change you're seeking in numerous investment areas through your persistent and strategic engagement. CalRTA appreciates the work you're doing to secure the financial future and trust of our members. It is our hope that we can all work collaboratively to address the ESG issues you have been working to address so tirelessly. CalRTA realizes the pressure you're under as numerous divestment issues are regularly being advocated for, many of which would be in direct competition to the financial security of the system and our members. It's unfortunate that current and future retired teachers are constantly being asked to be the sole group held fiscally accountable for a statewide decision, even as they seek to break the glass ceilings that many have worked their entire lives to overcome. CalSTRS has long sought to engage with companies to change business practices systemically from the inside while ensuring your fiduciary duty. These conversations have not been easy or popular, but they have resulted in CalSTRS being one of the global leaders for effective change so that you can be better stewards of our members' pension security. On behalf of CalRTA, I'd like to encourage you to stay the course to achieve systemic changes in accordance with your investment beliefs, while continuing to be an effective steward for our financial security. Thank you for the tremendous work that you do.
Thank you for your comment. Our next caller will be Lola. Lola, go ahead.
My name is Lola. I'm a minor and a student in Sonoma County. And earlier this summer, I walked 266 miles across California to demand climate justice from our elected leaders. I've seen fires demolish communities around me every single year. And in addition to marching, I've spent hundreds and hundreds of hours organizing for a livable future. That's why it hurts so much to see CalSTRS, an organization run by people who are supposedly committed to helping the youth, investing in the industry that is literally burning my future and doesn't even care if I have a home by the end of the fall. So today, I'm asking you to step up and protect my generation the way that adults are supposed to. By refusing to even discuss divestment, you are actively choosing to be on the side of history that doesn't care about the well-being of the people or the planet. But we all know that it doesn't have to be that way. So please divest from Enbridge and the fossil fuel industry today. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next caller will be Diana. Diana, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Diana Curiel. I'm a member of CTA NEA Retired and a CalSTRS member. I'm speaking in support of divestment from fossil fuels and to insist that CalSTRS uphold their pledge to prioritize their fiduciary responsibility by divesting from fossil fuels. There's now overwhelming data showing that fossil fuel stocks are rapidly declining in value and have disastrous long-term prospects, and that reinvesting in clean energy stocks is the smart move. For example, the energy sector finished dead last in the S&P 500 ranking of all sectors in 2018. As an example of their decline, in 1980, 7 of the top 10 ranked companies in the Standard & Poor's Index were oil and gas companies. Today, there are none. In 1980, energy companies comprised 28% of the S&P 500. Today, it's around 4%. Despite CalSTRS' traditional belief in engagement strategies and the belief that electing 3 new ExxonMobil board members was an incredible win, a recent video shows how engagement with the fossil fuel industry is an exercise in self-deception. The truth of these relationships with the fossil fuel industry was explained plainly by Keith McCoy, a senior ExxonMobil lobbyist, who disclosed how ExxonMobil fights against climate solutions. Although he was talking about lobbying congressmen, it seems obvious his strategy would apply to investors. He said, "I liken it to fishing, right? You know you have bait, you throw that bait out, and then you start to reel them in." CalSTRS, please divest from fossil fuels. Thanks.
Thank you for your comment. Our next caller will be Miriam. Miriam, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Miriam, and I've called before, but I'm calling again, really asking you to look around you. Look, the world is burning, literally. It's drowning as the oceans rise and the rains become torrential. It's suffering as fossil fuel companies strip oil and gas out of the ground, leaving chemicals and scars in their wake. And it isn't just the land that suffers. It is us as individuals, as people. I want to tell you a story, but it's more complicated than just land destruction, because what fossil fuel companies are doing is also more problematic than killing the planet and threatening human lives. Fossil fuel companies are using colonialism to take power for themselves and away from the most vulnerable communities, and they're often doing it illegally. In June, Anishinaabe leaders put out a call to treaty peoples across Turtle Island to join them in protecting the Nibi, the water. As an American committed to upholding my half of treaties with Indigenous people, I responded to the invitation and traveled from my home in California to a campground in northern Minnesota where thousands of others had gathered. We listened to the wisdom of elders as they shared the stories of their families and their culture, the life that was being stolen as Enbridge drilled pipeline under their wild racing lands, destroying it, and as women in their community were raped and murdered by the male workers on Line 3, mostly without repercussion. On my last day, I was invited to join several elders at the banks of the Mississippi for a prayer ceremony. We passed no trespassing signs placed by Enbridge without heed for the 1855 treaty between the United States and Anishinaabe people. I beg you, recognize these atrocities and immediately divest from Enbridge.
Thank you for your comments. Our next caller will be Adrian. Adrian, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Adrienne Valdez, and I have been a PetSmart bather for 8 months in Savannah, Georgia. PetSmart is owned by private equity firm BC Partners. I am here to alert you to the unsafe working conditions at PetSmart that hurt employees, customers, and pets. Since the pandemic, my coworkers and I have had to do our jobs while grappling with equipment shortages, unpredictable schedules, and for low pay. Many of us work at PetSmart because we love caring for the animals, but the frequent inventory shortages and broken equipment in our stores don't allow us to do that. There is often a huge oversupply of some items that then expire and go bad, and shortages of other items both on sales floor and in the salon. As a bather, shortages of dog shampoo and broken equipment like dryers and hoses obstruct quality grooming services. Unpredictable work hours and insufficient staffing levels on top of these supply deficiencies makes it hard for me and my coworkers to fulfill our work responsibilities. In July last year, current and former PetSmart employees wrote to BC Partners to inform them about all of
30
these
seconds.
problems directly, but they never responded and have done nothing for us. Investors and employees have a shared interest in the long-term health of PetSmart. I ask you to contact BC Partners and urge them to immediately address the issues my coworkers and I raised that impact our ability to provide quality pet care in PetSmart stores across the store. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Our last caller will be Raven.
Hi, my name is Raven. Sorry, can I start?
Go ahead, sorry.
My name is Raven, and I'm a minor from the Bay Area and a member of Youth versus Apocalypse, which is a climate justice organization. I'm calling in to please tell the CalSTRS board that they must divest from Enbridge. As a young person, I feel sad and angry that my teachers' pensions are being invested in environmental destruction and racism. Again, I just ask that the members of the CalSTRS board look into their hearts and please do the right thing. I know it's fiscally maybe feels uncomfortable, but please divest from Enbridge. It is really awful violation of Indigenous rights and cultural genocide. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. That concludes all the callers in the queue for item 2.
Thank you, Samantha. And I'd just like to thank the members of the public and our stakeholders who were able to join us and provide us with your public comments today. As we always do, we'll be having the CalSTRS investment and/or external affairs staff, reach out to clarify any questions or to follow up on anything that you brought to us. So thank you. So now we'll move on in our agenda. We have agenda items 3, 4, and 5 are part of our consent agenda. They're all action items. Are there any items that anyone wants to pull from the consent agenda? The only thing that I would note is that under agenda item 4A, which is the second reading of our real estate policy revision, the staff memo does note that there were some questions raised in at our June meeting that they've addressed with some modifications to the policy. I do see Harry's hand is up. Harry?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to reference the Makita memo on 4B. The page 3 of 3 on the Makita memo, where it says, with the adoption of the risk budgeting across multiple asset classes, Makita suggests the board review incentive comp targets level early in the next fiscal year to harmonize these targets with the active risk budgeting set across asset classes. So I just wanted to make note of that. And now that compensation is inside of the full board, I plan on following up with Makita and speaking with council as well as our governance consultant to see if we can form a small working group to actually address these issues.
Great, thanks very much for that update and reference, Harry. And I know that's a question that you and others have been raising, so appreciate that we'll be looking to take action in the early part of the fiscal year. Chris.
One other note on 4B is we just want to make it clear the effective date will be August 1st rather than June 30. But minor change.
Okay. So I don't have any other questions and no requests to pull any item for a separate vote. So these are on the consent agenda. Without objection, items 3, 4A, 4B, and 5 are approved. So moving on to the rest of our consent agenda, we have information items under agenda items 6, 7, and 8. Are there any questions or is there anything anyone would like to pull for discussion? Okay, great. Thank you, everyone. So now we'll move on. We're at agenda item number 9, which is a review of our fiscal year 2021-2022 investment committee work plan. We did preview this with the committee at our June meeting. It's been supplemented with some additional information that I think Chris and Kirsty are going to briefly present, and then we'll have some time for committee questions and discussion. And just kind of a time check for people, we've got 45 minutes allotted for this item. So we've got a lot to do today. So I'm going to do my best to try to keep us on track in terms of schedule. Chris, let's turn it over to you for just, really brief highlights. And I also just do want to mention, they're not on the screen, but our fiduciary counsel, Tiffany Reeves, I understand, I believe is on the line, and representatives from Makita, who also will have an opportunity to answer questions or weigh in. Okay, great. So Chris, we'll turn it to you.
Thanks, Joy. So this is your work plan. This is really critical because this really drives your investment committee agenda. And I can't emphasize enough, you've got 200 people on staff, you've got a slew of consultants, as well as obviously your time and attention. So it's a hallmark for CalSTRS that we're able to get all that in line and march in step. This is really the marching instructions. So your number one project is really the collaborative model 2.0. It'll be sprinkled throughout the agenda, led by Scott, with transactions that we're doing and updates. And obviously a big key is measuring the cost savings of the collaborative model. That's a report you've asked for and we've promised to deliver. The second item we had described initially as really a path to the low carbon future. You'll recall at the June agenda that a board member asked us to consider making a major pledge to that. And when we sat down at the staff, what we really said is, well, we've been studying a low carbon future for a while. What we're doing is putting a definition to that when we say the word future, we're defining it, we're proposing that we consider defining it as 2050. And when we say the world is low carbon, we're proposing that be net zero greenhouse gases. So not absent greenhouse gases. The realization is you're going to still have to have those in the world, but that there would be enough offsets by 2050 that the portfolio would be net zero. That's a pledge we're seeing asset owners, asset managers, banks, insurance companies make, which I think is growing. The United Nations has a really good matrix that they've suggested, or a framework, when it comes to what they call the race to net zero, which is to pledge, plan, proceed, and publish. And we think that should be the framework for this work plan objective for this year. Is the first step would be somewhere out there in September or now, we would consider making a pledge. We'd spend this year planning out that pledge of exactly where we are. And the best example I can give you is we all use Google Maps a ton. What we're doing is punching in the destination is net zero by 2050. But it also needs to know where you're at today to tell you how to get there. And we don't really know what's the carbon footprint of our portfolio, what's the climate risk of our real estate portfolio. We would spend this year studying that and inputting that number so that then we can calculate our path, our glide path to net zero. And that will help us establish targets at 2025, 30, 35, 40 on down the way. So that's really the two objectives is those two. They'll dominate your schedule. And I'll turn it over to Kirsty to kind of fill in on how, in terms of the race to net zero, what would show up this year on your agenda.
Sure, thanks, Chris. Hi, Kirsty Jenkinson, Director of Sustainable Investment and Stewardship Strategies. Happy to be with you. Just a few comments following on from that on this, obviously, a focus on net zero. And the fact that it provides sort of a clear direction of travel to a specific shared destination. And I think it's really clear that the momentum that we're witnessing, and particularly has been escalating in the past few months, it's been pretty dramatic. in as many actors as possible in the global economy, from governments, companies, investors, to try and all swim in the same direction, so to speak. There's obviously a growing awareness, not least for the increasing visible impacts and physical impacts of climate change, that this economic shift isn't optional, and that all actors have to be part of this low carbon transition. So I think that by articulating and achieving this sort of a focus on net zero is certainly where the rest of we're seeing the direction of actors going. But that, to be said, is it's going to be really hard for everybody involved to achieve these goals. And I think it's really important to recognize that up front, that this isn't something that people are taking lightly. It's a very serious challenge ahead of all of us. So the agenda item that we prepared for you articulates the need for any CalSTRS net zero plan to build on work already underway, to be guided by the best possible research, data, and expertise, and to be really iterative and adaptive in trying to think about these challenges. There isn't going to be a straight road from today's emissions levels to net zero by 2050, and the timeframes may have to change as well as urgency increases. So it's going to be a complicated task for a complex portfolio like CalSTRS, but it should also be an exciting challenge where we apply the same intellectual curiosity, analytical rigor, and discipline that we would to any other investment strategy. So if I had to sort of say the net zero plan, if I reduce it to 3 words to sort of, in your mind, think about it in terms of risk, return, and influence. We need to continue to manage portfolio risk, allocate capital wisely, and use our influence with policymakers and companies to encourage them to set actions to achieve net zero as well. So there are certain elements in all of these strategies that we can manage ourselves, but it's also really important to know that our success and the collective success is going to depend on the collective global response. And there are some doubts right now, and serious ones, not least highlighted by COVID, I think, on how effective collective global responses can be. So I'm just sort of trying to level set a little bit. Just to give you a couple of flavors of some of the issues that we're, in my team and others, are already thinking about, and just to give you a sense of the challenge and the opportunity. Data. Data is a challenge. There isn't an easy way to measure carbon exposure, or conversely green exposure across multiple asset classes, and then to determine what to do with that data. The data's nascent, it's patchy, it relies on estimates, and it's yet to be sort of fully embedded into the systems that we use to manage our portfolios. That's the challenge. But on the flip side, the opportunity is that this is transforming at a speed that it's unbelievable. So the data is transforming, distribution is improving. So, the direction of travel is good. When you think about methodologies of understanding net zero, again, there's no plug and play methodology for setting a net zero emissions pathway for an investment portfolio like ours. And in fact, there's pretty heated debates going on right now about, well, should it be carbon intensity or absolute carbon emissions? What's the best metric to try and figure all of this out? But again, what's the opportunity? There's more people than ever before thinking about these methodologies, smart people from all disciplines trying to work with this, so we can be part of that sort of solution as well. And the final thing I'll say, and then I'll leave it open to obviously the discussion, is the challenge is expertise. We as staff right now, in-house, we don't have all the skill sets that I think we need to implement a net zero plan. I'm not sure it exists anywhere, quite frankly. But the opportunity, and this can also be bad news if we're not judicious in our partner selection, there are a lot of new skill sets currently being developed, and there's a lot of people that we can rely on and learn from. So I think that's really going to be important as well. So just bear that in mind, I think, when we're thinking about, what we need to do over the next year is to sort of determine an interim step of goals that would support any net zero pledge. Further details on some ideas that we've had about these initial goals are in the agenda item. But we hope that by following, as Chris said, this sort of idea of plan, proceed, and publish, we can ensure that any pledge is meaningful, and that our supporting implementation is both really practical, and it will entirely align with our investment best practices that we currently follow. I'll leave it there for now. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Kirsty, and thanks, Chris. We have several board members that have questions. Just really briefly, though, I see that Alan and Tiffany are both on. Alan, or maybe you first, and then Tiffany. Just any really brief comments that you want to make before we start the discussion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. it's very important to remember that this process has been going on for a very long time. This is not a case of first impressions. The staff and the board has undertaken an enormous amount of research, study, reports, and in fact made a series of both policy and investment decisions that support the concept of moving towards the development of an aspirational goal of net zero, which is in today's world not at all outside of the mainstream. In fact, I would call it the middle of the trend. An enormous amount of work has been done, but that's just the tip of the iceberg on what needs to be done to do this in a thoughtful and prudent manner. But I think the staff has done an extraordinary job of documenting everything to date, which would support the eventual recommendation to move to adopting the aspirational goal.
Thank you, Alan. Tiffany, any comments before we take board member questions?
Sure. And so I would just add to that from my perspective as fiduciary counsel, and you all have heard this from me before as well, is what I really care about is the process and making sure that whatever the outcome, whatever the decision, that the board has undertaken a prudent process that's appropriately sequenced, and that the decision is based on what's in the best interest of the participants. And so I think the important thing for you all to think about as you're looking at next steps is what does your process look like? How is the sequence? What comes first? And what I like about what I'm hearing, at least at this point, is that the next step is kind of information gathering and making sure that that the process and diligence are going to inform the decision, whatever that decision is.
Great, thank you, Tiffany. Brian, I saw you pop on the screen. Do you need to make a comment or would like to make a comment as well?
No, not at this point, unless you, I mean, I'm totally in agreement with Tiffany's insight and guidance on this. And I think the comments from the board's consultant are really instructive on how you've gotten to this point. Okay,
thank you very much. Okay, so we have a few board members who have some questions. So we'll go first with Frank, and then Betty and Jennifer. Frank?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning, everyone. And you may have touched on this already, but can you describe the preliminary thinking regarding the initial, midterm, and long-term long-term tasks to implement net zero? What are the impediments?
Joy, if you want me to respond. Okay. And Kirsty, come on in after me. You know, Frank, over half, we can reduce the carbon footprint of our direct holdings, things like private equity and real estate, by our actions. But because over half of the portfolio is in global equity, and then you've got all the fixed income, which a good chunk is in corporate bonds, then we're really relying on external parties to make moves. And my best example for the board is going to be the auto industry, where General Motors pledged to be 100% electric by 2030. Ford has not made that pledge. As we approach, say, 2028, we're going to know whether GM is really going to stick to that commitment and be 100% electric in their fleet or not. And we're going to know where Ford is. If they don't make that commitment, that then leaves us with a big carbon footprint in the auto industry. And we'll have to deal with what we want to do about that, but also can we get the external parties to make a move? Clearly, China and India are obviously the huge external countries that have to make stronger stands on this. We're very hopeful that as we look at Glasgow, COP26 coming up in November, the entire G7 will be there. And we really are optimistic that you'll see a true global pledge. But China has only said they're going to get to net zero by 2060, which, you know, scientists say is way too late. So I think, and I've talked to PGGM, who's been very far in this process. What we control, we can definitely take action, and there'll still be challenges in that, but we can take actions. It's the external parties that we're relying on, governments and corporations, where we're really going to be challenged, and that we'll have to make some tough decisions potentially down the road of if we want to stick with our goal of saying reducing our footprint in half by the halfway point. If the auto industry hasn't made its move, will we look at alternative indexes? Will we do that? All the same time, you're going to have to still, number one, after all of this, is still earning 7%. So I think we'll be faced with those challenges as we go forward. Kirsty, you want to add anything?
No, I think you captured it, but I would emphasize the point about why we believe that having the influence part of this and the stewardship activities that our team and so many other global investors are focusing on to increase the focus from companies and the accountability for them driving towards these goals, and also for governments and policymakers. And again, the role that investors are playing in influencing those two bodies is as large as it ever has been. And I think that shows the why we need this to be a concerted effort across all efforts. It's not just about us making tweaks within our portfolio. That's not going to achieve this. What's going to achieve it is a wholesale sway of action from all actors in the global community.
Great. Thanks, Kirsty. Betty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, let me just really thank the staff for putting this in a framework that I think, and I just want to echo Tiffany's comments. I think as fiduciaries, just trying to put all these pieces that we've been, really deliberating on into a framework. This has been, I think, an elegant context in which to kind of pull it all together. And I'm hopeful that as we move forward on each of these pillars of the framework that, and I do particularly like the published part of it, because I do think there has to be an element of transparency about just how we are deliberating on any portions of this. The other thing I just want to say is I agree with Mr. Emkin. This is not new. I think it's the next step in the progression of what we've been really developing, and with Kirsty and her team, Chris, prior to that, and your team. It is, I think this is all going to continue to evolve even when we adopt a framework. So it could be, as we're, beginning to implement this, that the pledge gets revised to where it's 2040 because we have more information, more developments. And so just to say that I think the iterative nature and the flexibility nature of this framework, as Kirsty talked about, I think is really important, that we're not locked in because there are so many moving parts to this. To me, I think the really difficult part is the data. We have heard, I think, an acceleration by investors to move in this direction relative to net zero pledges. We have seen some companies move, financial regulators move. But the fact is, even as we're getting companies to report, it's not exactly like, what do you do with that data, especially when it's not in a standardized form, and especially since we're not really hooked up to the science. And I just had a question about, at what point do you think we may need to bring on or be appended to kind of a science research data body? Because that to me is really about how we're going to move in the time frame that is going to make a difference. And obviously, we're not alone in this. And whether we've seen any global development in terms of needing to have that closer relationship with the researchers and the data experts.
Happy.
Kirsty, you want to take that?
Yeah, sure. Betty, I think where we have tried to, I hear your point on this link to the policy and the science. They're two separate things, but they are sort of related in a way. Yeah. I think we've been very encouraged by some of our initial discussions, like a nascent partnership that we built with Rhodium Group, who are themselves very, very plugged in, sort of like the largest sort of set of climate scientists here in California and beyond globally. We are trialing and working with them on really how do you translate the science-based knowledge into investment risk management. So I think we already have, as sort of others have said, some foundational work that is already underway that we can expand and build on. I do see that more and more the asset managers that we work with as well are increasingly building partnerships with the scientists as well. What needs to happen is obviously the science data is very different to investment data, as you say. Yeah, and so it's the translation from science into investment risk and return that we're starting to see a lot of really interesting developments among our partners. And so whilst it's not there yet, I think the direction of travel is good, and I'm encouraged by the way that we can continue to benefit from that.
That's really good to hear, because I think in terms of how robust reporting is going to be, our ability to set interim targets is really going to be based on, just how much we are able to grasp, that data and really understand it, and to translate into certainly our goal with respect to, the overall fund. I did have a question about resources. Are you going to need additional resources to implement this plan? It's multi-pillared, and it's and even though it's a progression, the next natural progression of what we've been doing, it is a lot. It will mean kind of firing on all cylinders with respect to all of the activities that we've been engaged in. And so I guess, Kirsty, my question to you and to Chris about additional resources.
Chris, do you want to take that first? You're mute. Mute. Unmute. Chris, unmute.
Unmute, the famous words, you're on mute. I clicked the wrong button. Kirsty will always take additional resources, I'm sure, when she can get it. And we do need to add more people to her team. I think, what my goal is for the investment staff is actually to take the entire team and have us focused on this. And we're doing that already through the public markets, where Kirsty's working with June and her team, working with Glenn. And now in the private markets, where with Mike and then with Margot teaming up, and Paul teaming up. And so I'm sure we'll need more efforts, particularly on the engagement side. But we're trying to make this a comprehensive approach across the whole staff so that we can make some economies of scale and efficiencies.
Great. Okay.
I bet I'd only add to that, which is I totally agree, obviously, with Chris. And it's the best work we're doing, I think, is when we collaborate with the different teams, and it's really exciting to be part of that as a whole branch. I really do feel that's happening. But I think, in terms of, I mentioned that there is some consulting expertise, particularly on data gathering and measuring, and that, which, regardless of how much we build our internal expertise, is not going to be there. So that's where we're also looking for what are the gaps that we need to plug to do that potentially we don't want to insource, but we can outsource more efficiently.
Right. Okay, good. And then I just wanted to put in a plug, and I think Sharon will join me in this, but we have so many partnerships that with organizations that also could be helpful, whether it's, PRI series, a number of them that certainly Jack's been involved with, that are all kind of obviously moving in this direction. And I was very heartened to hear in one of the calls that I was on with the SEC chair with Jack more recently, that at least from the SEC standpoint, just on the issue of disclosure, that there is a move by this new administration to have a rule and comment back within a matter of months, not years. So I think everyone is just really on board with the urgency of this, but also not throwing away the need to be comprehensive about this as well. So really appreciate this framework. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Great. Thank you, Betty. So next we'll go to Jennifer, and then Blake and Bill. Jennifer?
Thank you, Joy. And the comments that were given, and also Betty, better said, but almost verbatim what I was going to say and ask. But just tremendous thanks for and appreciation and respect for the leadership that we've taken in this area for a long time, for the process and the rigor and the responsibility that we've shown as responsible stewards and strong fiduciaries. And so the main thing, just in addition to what was asked, that I might say is that with regard to, I'm going to call them the Ps that were put out for us, as well as the key P that we've added in process, the one that I struggled with the most was the pledge, and just sort of what a pledge is, given everything that's been laid out for us today. So I think if we can just, I'm very supportive of the aspirational goal. I'm very supportive of the pledge to follow the process that we've outlined, while being very mindful about, in my mind, it's particularly the data, what we do with the data, the control considerations that were mentioned, and then also anticipating with long lead time where we may see conflicts of our current investment philosophy and fiduciary duty, with what is allowed for us under the pledge that we undertake. So everything that I've heard suggests that that's our plan, but I might just lay that out and ask if that's correct. I see some head nodding. So
very much so. No, Jennifer, very much so. We think, as has been mentioned, and Alan brought it up, you spent a full year as an investment committee studying the path to a low carbon future. You took lots of testimony, open session, closed session, from experts from Bloomberg New Energy Finance, BlackRock, Rhodium Group, other groups, professor at Stanford, to get input. The challenges, because it's so far in the future, we can estimate the challenges, but as has been brought up, it's going to be an iterative process because there are going to be things that pop up that we don't foresee. But we can lay those all out as additional background. A lot of it's in this agenda item, but we can lay it out very clearly of the path you've gone through to consider what we, at least at this point, think are the challenges, the pros and the cons of making this pledge. And then present that to you as a complete recommendation in the future.
Thank you. And to be clear, I'm very comfortable with the past, even though when you were a board member with the long history with CalSTRS, I'm very comfortable with what we've done there. It's more the nature of the pledge going forward that I'm interested to understand the commitment and the plan around. Thank you.
Jennifer. Blake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First off, thanks to CalSTRS for developing this plan. I do believe it's very promising, and I'm looking forward to the progress that will be made because of it. Just a quick process question in determining set of goals for the next year. Chris touched on this earlier, estimating current portfolio emissions where possible within the year to establish a baseline for initial interim goals. Within the year, does that mean before the end of this calendar year or a year from July?
Everything's based on the fiscal year, Mr. Johnson. So for us, we are currently underway studying the physical risk of the real estate portfolio. We think we might be able to get that to you by the late January meeting. We've measured the carbon footprint of the equity portfolio using some simple metrics in our green report that we issued, but we'd undertake a more thorough review. I'd hope that we could get that to you by the May meeting next year. And then the private equity portfolio will take a bit longer because nobody's been able to come up with good metrics because, again, the reporting and the data, but we'll work with the leading area to get us that information. But the goal is to definitely have agenda items and public reports out in the next fiscal year.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Blake. Bill, do you still have a question? Here, I don't see your hand, but I thought you were up earlier.
I don't have any questions. I just want to commend the staff for all the work that has been done over the past years. And to Tiffany's question about developing more information, I think that the background that we've gotten for the since I've been on the board has been quite extensive. Going forward, there are going to be some, I think, major challenges. To get to net zero at any time in the future is going to require a variety of elements that everybody's familiar with. But, government's going to have to play a significant role because getting approvals for a variety of projects that are necessary to accelerate, net zero is part of that. Carbon pricing is part of that. So I don't think this is, uniformly a role that is going to necessarily be played by investors. I mean, we are going to nibble at the edges. We can help, but government at the end of the day is going to have to step up and recognize if we're going to get to net zero in any time in the future, 2050, 2045, whatever, things have to change because what has happened so far has not been accommodative. And so we need to look at that as well. This is not within our control only. We need help. Government has to lend its power to accelerate some of these things to be accomplished. But I do say that I think that what the staff has done, and Kirsty, commend you and Chris and everyone on the investment staff for having treated this as a high priority, obviously, with many of our members, as we hear in public comments every time we have a meeting. So I thank you for all your efforts And Tiffany, thank you for your fiduciary guidance as well.
Great. Thank you very much for your comments, Bill. And I think your comments underscore some that, I think both Kirsty and Chris made when they framed this, which is to really emphasize this is an iterative process. It's aspirational, but there are a lot of critical dependencies that we don't control. So it's really important that however we move forward, we acknowledge that and understand that we'll need to be kind of constantly watching and pivoting if we need to keep our eye on the most critical task, which is making sure that we hit our 7% and that we can ensure the retirement benefits for our educators. Sharon.
Well said, Joy. So I just wanted to follow up on Jennifer Erden's the question in there, I think, around the pledge. And I wondered maybe, Tiffany, if you or Kirsty could talk a little bit more about that, because my understanding and reading the write-up and then reading a lot of other net zero, pledges and how they work is the pledge is really just it's getting the ball rolling. It's acknowledging all the work that we've done so far, and now it's kind of saying, let's move forward in the I don't know if I want to call it the P process, the pledge, plan, proceed, and publish process. And so that you need direction from the board to say, let's move ahead and make this commitment, knowing all the things that Joy's expressed in terms of we're not handcuffed. There's points and benchmarks that along the way to allow us to be agile and nimble in the process. Is that accurate in terms of the pledge piece? Do we have that right?
I'll start, Tiffany, but please, obviously, would value your opinion as well. I think the pledge is around following where we see the direction of travel very much from other actors in, as I said, from both governments, other companies, and other investors. The comfort that they have in setting a North Star of direction, and we would be aligning ourselves with where we see the direction of travel from those other major actors. I think one of the attachments tried to demonstrate that, again, this is something that we are aligning with other actors in. So I see that as very much the North Star and part of that process, and that underneath it, the elements of the planning and the proceeding is where we will have to take very specific aspirations that are appropriate to CalSTRS and CalSTRS alone in how we continue to fulfill all of the tasks that we need to manage this fund in the best way that we possibly can over the long term. Tiffany, what did I miss it? Maybe you could add to.
I think that, and Jennifer, I'd be curious about exactly how you were envisioning that question or what you meant by that. But I think that what I understood that to be is what is the correct sequence of making the pledge? And does that happen first, or does that happen after you undertake this process of fully understanding what implementing a pledge would mean? And from my perspective, it has to do with you undertaking some analysis to determine when is the appropriate time to make a pledge. But I do agree with Kirsty that the direction of travel seems to support making a pledge and understanding how all these different externalities will have a pecuniary impact on your portfolio, and that you have to align yourself to where you see things going to appropriately manage risk and return, right? But from my perspective as fiduciary counsel, I'm very cautious. And so my expectation is that you would have done an appropriate level of diligence before you define what the goal and the target will be, understanding the externalities in the context.
Tiffany. So we've got Harry and then Jennifer. Harry.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Just a couple of acknowledgements. I want to acknowledge Sharon for raising this issue in prior meetings and staff's responsiveness. And I thank Ms. Reeves for her guidance relative to honoring and respecting and upholding our fiduciary duty relative to process, and really drilling that into my brain. And of course, Mr. Emkin's guidance as well at Makita, and the staff's work to date and the great history that we have. And I lend my support to so many of comments by my colleagues in terms of the one point that I would like to get on the record, I love the North Star. I'm a dreamer. I like North Stars. I think it's we all need to know where we want to get to, and a very complicated, complex issue that many factors, I think, as Bill said, are outside of our control. And the direction that we want to go in, I like that line of the direction I think Kirsty used. For me, it's the speed at which we go. And what the pledge is if we see that we can accelerate and we look for opportunities while managing risks, perhaps we accelerate and we press on the gas pedal a little bit, so to speak. And we accelerate that to meet our ultimate objective. But if we take this pledge and we realize that there's some risks associated with acceleration, we kind of slow things down. And that's where the staff, the investment professionals, our consultants will guide us as to the speed that we go. So I'm fully supportive of the pledge and the direction we want to head in, so long as, with one caveat, at not the expense of threatening or undermining the risk of retirement security for our members. And to the extent we have opportunities, and Kirsty's new portfolio, which is billions of dollars being allocated to new opportunities, increase the retirement security of our members, I'm all in. So thanks so much.
Great, thanks, Harry. I see Alan has his hand up. Jennifer, is it okay if we have Alan make a comment and then go to you?
Please do. Thank you.
Thank you. Alan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just very briefly, from our perspective, the pledge is a pledge to do the work, and the staff has outlined what the work would be. You don't know what the results of the work will be in advance, but you need to start the process. And I think the intent of the pledge is to say this is a significant issue that affects the viability of the pension plan, its performance, its ability to meet its obligations. It demands a level of attention that's unique, and it kicks off that process. It does not specify any specific result or action other than doing the work.
Great. Thank you, Alan, for just putting a finer point on that. I think that was kind of woven throughout the staff memo in terms of the kind of data we would need to collect and other pieces that we need to have in terms of thinking about what those interim goals look like. But that clarification, I think, was helpful to all of us. Jennifer.
Simply because my question was re-acknowledged. I just want to thank you, and that the clarifications are very helpful. I'm very comfortable given all of the process that we have gone through to date, and that this is a pledge to proceed essentially in the manner that we're discussing. And the one consideration I'd like us to think about as we think about our North Star is not only what others are doing, and I think this is probably the case, but just in case not, there are ways that we're very different in terms of what data is meaningful to us, how we want to apply that, what externalities we're subject to that others might have control over, what payout we need to make to ensure the security of our retirees and the regulations that we operate under, and that we're a very global investor. So just keeping our own specific situation in mind, which I trust we'll do, but incorporating that into our North Star, I think would be terrific. And that was really where I was a bit muddled in terms of what a pledge really meant. Thank you.
Jennifer. Let's see, I'll go back to Sharon.
Great, and thanks, Jennifer, for those comments. That's really helpful for us to all get on the same page. So I appreciate your insights. Sometimes I need to kind of prepare remarks to get my thoughts clear. So I prepared a few remarks that I wanted to share, and I want to caveat those remarks with saying that I would like us, to move forward on a pledge. At this point, I'll make a motion, but I'm open to conversation if folks want to wait. But to me, in the comments that we've been given by our fiduciary council and from Makita, to say this is kind of starting the next phase of the work that we're doing and really setting a North Star, a goal. I just wanted to read a few comments and then I'll end with a motion. I've been thinking a lot about our mission. Our mission is to secure the financial future and sustain the trust of California's educators. And more so than ever, it's challenging to get that right and to get that balance accurate. And we work hard every day to do that. The commitments and actions we take as a board have to align with that mission. To be effective stewards, it's critical that CalSTRS captures opportunities to invest, manage, and mitigate the portfolio risk. On the climate issue, opportunities are accelerating due to the increasing urgency and momentum from global governments, including our own California governor, companies, and our fellow investors to achieve the goals of the Paris Climate Agreement through achieving net zero emissions over the coming decades. We need to evaluate whether the failure to align the CalSTRS portfolio with the goals of the Paris Climate Agreement exposes the portfolio to transition risks, given the collective global movement towards net zero. The UN Climate Change Conference, which we've referred to a couple times now, COP26, is taking place in November in a few months, and will focus on how our global economy can achieve net zero emissions. And CalSTRS has an opportunity to be to share in that ambition and to be part of the solution. So we should look and assess our current portfolio emissions, figuring out how to do that, how to measure it, some of the data comments that have been raised, and figure out those challenges, determine appropriate measures to decarbonize our portfolio, and to continue to move towards a healthy, resilient net zero recovery that creates decent jobs, unlocks inclusive, sustainable growth, not only for our fund, but for the companies that we invest in around the world. So I support the staff recommendation to adopt a North Star ambition to commit to achieving a net zero investment portfolio by 2050 or sooner. So I make that motion, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. So there's a motion made. Is there a second?
I'll second that, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Betty. And I think I just want to clarify, the item itself is about adopting our work plan for the year. So just sort of a maybe friendly clarification that it's to adopt the work plan with the kind of North Star commitment or pledge, Sharon, that you mentioned.
Thank
okay.
you.
Okay. So I do have a couple of people in the queue. I've got Gail and Harry, and then I know that we do also have some speakers in the public comment line that want to address us, before we take any action. So let's see, Gail, and then we'll go to Harry.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and want to add my thanks to the staff and the team for the years of work. We did think this was a work plan that we were reviewing. Have a few other questions around how benchmarks just generally align with the risk budgets to make sure that we have a strategy going forward. Also, I think that, Governor Newsom has been incredibly supportive of reaching a carbon neutral future, in fact, by 2045. Some of my questions, because I thought this was a draft, was actually around the dates and around how we're setting benchmarks. Also, how to align a little bit better with some of the information that we're learning from Rhodium in terms of physical risk and transitional risk. I was concerned that I didn't see those two things in the work plan. And part of the reason I was sort of hoping to have this time was to make sure that the work plan had an opportunity to add some of the information from other sources, other work being done within the federal government, within the state government. Would have liked to have seen some of the references to President Biden and what he's doing in terms of creating this carbon neutral future. So I think while generally supportive of the work plan, I understood that this was a draft. We would continue to do some work on it and vote on it in September. I think that there's ways that to the Fiduciary Council, and thank you, Ms. Reeves, and to Mr. Emkin, I think there's ways that we can really create a more robust process by which we follow in order to ensure that we, in fact, not only are on track for a North Star, but actually do the work necessary to use all of our influence along with the global community to really meet these goals. So that continues to be our slight preference. Obviously, we're very supportive I do think that there's just some general questions too, which I don't want to take any more time, Madam Chair, just in terms of this alignment of benchmarks, pledges, and risk budgets, I think are some of the outstanding questions that I haven't yet seen answered. And I know those are much more technical than the carbon neutral future, but some questions around the work plan in general, I just want to make sure we have some deliberation and opportunity to clarify, because I do think, as Mr. Ailman said, this is an important way that we meet the goals as fiduciaries, not only for the net zero piece of the plan, but for all of the work of the investment staff going forward.
Gail, thank you very much for your comment, and you're right. We've spent all the time so far in the discussion kind of discussing some of the information around the net zero concepts and the concept of taking a pledge to move forward. But there are so many other really, really critical pieces in the work plan that we haven't had a chance to discuss. I think the collaborative model is something that people are familiar with, and we will continue to talk about that. And in fact, I think we'll probably have more discussion on some of those topics around collaborative model, around kind of risk budget and benchmark, and kind of what we need to do to step back and think about our approach to benchmarking and compensation, both with some of the policy revised policy changes that are coming up later this afternoon, and then as Harry indicated, I think that we know that this in the early part of this fiscal year, we'll be looking at that generally. I want to make sure that we have time, though, Gail, to address additional questions that you have. So are there specific items that would be helpful to talk about? Again, knowing that there are so many other really important components of the work plan, would it be helpful to take some time to do that right now?
That's really up to you, Madam Chair. I think these questions, for me, this is just a question simply of timing and how, and because this was an initial draft, I was hoping that between now and September, we could get some of these answered. I am interested in, as we have been for a long time, just about the alignment of the benchmarks, and especially with the addition of our net zero goals and the CIS benchmark, to make sure that those are all kind of incrementally met. And I understand now how they'll work together. Again, I certainly, I defer to you, Madam Chair. I think these are questions that would take, some time for the team to get to. So I completely defer to you in terms of timing.
Okay, thank you. So I think knowing that, Gail, and I think you added some more detail around some of your questions. I mean, I think that depending on how the committee moves forward with the motion, as I think Alan helpfully described, the pledge that we're talking about is sort of about moving forward with some of the process items that are detailed in the memo, and I think that as if and how we move forward with those will continue to come back to the committee, so that when we gather more data and have a sense of being able to think about establishing some interim goals, I think along that path, I've taken some notes, and we'll make sure to work with the staff and our consultants about how to make sure that we can address some of the questions that you're raising, or have adequate time for board discussion. I think it may be that it's as we start moving forward, we'll have a better sense of how to knit together some of those things and make sure that everybody's comfortable with being able to step back and see how all these pieces fit together, if that's okay with you.
Yes,
okay.
Please. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Gail. So we have a couple of other, we will get to the public comment in just a minute, but let me just take the other board members. So we have Harry and then Bill.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I just wanted to state that I'm supportive of the motion to move forward with the North Star pledge towards a net zero future for the CalSTRS portfolio, for the reasons already stated in our earlier discussions. It's the course of travel. It's part of the next step in the process. And I certainly understand Ms. Miller's concerns and questions. There's so many details and issues that have to be flushed through. But I don't see those as reasons for me not being able to make that supportive of the specific motion that Sharon made today.
Thank you, Harry. Bill and then Betty.
I guess thank you, Madam Chair. I guess my question for Gail would be, do you feel comfortable with approving only that portion of the work plan that goes to the low carbon transition plan, work plan? I mean, just that portion that we discussed. We didn't discuss any other portion of the work plan other than that. And
Right.
I'm a bit concerned that, we're adopting the entire work plan without ever really discussing all of the other components of it. But, in terms of moving forward for just a portion of it, are you comfortable? And if you're not comfortable, I would have to, probably vote against it, because I think that, utilizing the admonition of Brian Bartow, if you have questions and you don't feel comfortable, that's the time to say, well, stop. I don't feel comfortable. My fiduciary duty is such. But do you feel comfortable enough to adopt this portion, the low carbon transition portion of the work plan?
Madam Chair, may I?
Sure. Yep.
Thank you. I almost feel like we're having two different conversations, and this is difficult because it was presented as a draft. Understand all drafts can be acted on. I think it would be, of course, we're supportive of net zero by 2050 as a goal. In fact, I would say working for the governor, we're supportive of net zero by 2045. So yes, that is absolutely different than adopting a work plan, because the work plan, to say that the work plan can be siloed doesn't make any sense, because we're talking about the entire portfolio. Gotcha. So I don't feel like I'd be happy to have set the North Star goal, which for me is different than adopting the work plan today. I think it's hard to parse out the work plan because the work plan actually goes together. So were there to be a different motion, I'd be happy to support it. And I know it's so hard to parse this out because a lot of this is technical, but I just feel like as fiduciaries, to say that the net zero piece of this work plan can be separated from the rest of the portfolio, I just don't know how that's possible when it all goes together. But I would turn to Ms. Reeves as well in this case, just to make sure that I'm understanding that correctly. Today, I would be more comfortable with the goal and a North Star than I am with the work plan in its entirety.
So I just want to clarify, because I think I just want to make sure that we're talking about the right thing when we talk about the work plan, because we have an overall investment committee work plan for the fiscal year, which is something that we do every year. It was actually, the draft was made available at our June meeting. And if you look at the work plan, it kind of has by meeting the types of activities or issues that we're required to take a look at, our semi-annual performance reports, et cetera. And then, people might recall that typically there are 2 or 3 sort of big projects that the staff and the committee take on. So last year it was the collaborative model, and it was actually transition to a low carbon future and China. So we spent some time looking at those issues. This year, it's kind of continuing to move forward with the collaborative model and, action toward a low carbon future, with the potential for a focused work around looking at net zero. So I think I think it is important that we try to move forward with the overall committee work plan, which I don't think it raises concerns. I think so. Gail, I just want to clarify what you're specifically talking about are some of the specific steps associated with the sort of net zero North Star concept. Am I getting that right?
Yeah, my concern, Madam Chair, is that this conversation has been narrow in terms of everything we're looking at. We haven't had a chance to discuss specifically some of the benchmarks that are included in here. So absolutely supportive of the general work and the way in which we're progressing on that work. my concern is that we can really drill down on some of, for example, and I can reference page numbers, that we really drill down on some of the specifics on this, because the action item, as I understand, is this entire package, and I would just be more comfortable with a goal and then just some time to work through the details of the package. And Mr. Ailman or Ms. Reeves, I don't know if you have any, if Madam Chair, that's okay with you, just to get some clarification on that.
We certainly can. And I think the other thing that I just want to clarify is that the agenda item, the investment committee work plan is it's hard to read page numbers here, but it's in the diligent book on pages 112 and 113, I think. It's sort of it's a chart. That's the sort of overall investment committee work plan. And then I think, Gail, what you're referencing is are sort of some of the steps that are detailed in the attachment to around.
Exactly. In order to achieve the goals to achieve those goals of the plan, you have to accept some of the assumptions that I don't know that we've had the due diligence to understand, because our focus has been entirely on the conversation around net zero.
Okay. So I think, Gail, there was a question to either Chris or Tiffany. Chris, do you want to respond?
Sure. The purpose of the item is, as Joy said, is just to approve a work plan. In the collaborative model will take care of itself. The work plan for the path to the future would follow what we're proposing, would follow the UN suggestion of the first step would be to look at a pledge at the September meeting. And then plan throughout the year of measuring what we have, and then proceeding starting this year, those also, and publish along the way. So you've got a motion in front of you, but the way that I presented it was simply, here's a work plan. You can establish a pledge now if you want to, or that could be the first step in the process of moving toward that low carbon future, is defining the terms.
So, Madam Chair, I guess I don't fully understand the motion then, because I understood the motion was this in its entirety, or is the motion simply a goal?
So I know there's a lot going on. So we have a couple of callers in the queue, or not callers. We do have callers in the queue, but we also have some committee members in the queue. If I can just sort of stick with the topic and Gail's question, maybe let's get some, let's kind of confirm or clarify the motion. So we have Betty and then Sharon. Betty, is it okay if I go to Sharon just to clarify the motion and respond to Gail's question?
Sure.
Okay.
And I appreciate, Gail, you clarifying, because you're absolutely right. It's an action item for the committee work plan. I'd be happy to make a substitute motion, or I guess I'm looking to Brian too for some guidance. Either adopting the work plan with flexibility is one option, or to be able to, to be able to look at this one part, I think, which was what Bill was alluding to, is looking at this piece around committing to the pledge to net zero. And can we right now as a board pledge that, which is connected to the work plan, but not the whole work plan? Did you follow that, Brian? Can we do that today?
I did. It would depend upon the pleasure of the committee. You can certainly make that motion. And then I would just, for purposes of Roberts, you should probably have a second on the motion before you get into a discussion or have callers comment on it. So if that motion can get a second, then you can have that discussion, or if there's an alternative motion.
Can you help me with the motion, Brian? What the motion would be?
Well, I think you're moving to approve the work plan in addition to the goal of adopting a net zero pledge, which I think you're going to, from what I've heard from Chris, and I could have taken this sideways, but when I heard from Chris was coming back and giving a further explication in September.
So think that there
I'm
are
sorry
a
if I
few
went
people-
sideways.
No, Brian, it's okay. I think it's this is where we're challenged because we're all looking at each other on video. So I know I've got, Bill and Gail and Betty. I know, Bill and Betty are both motioning. I know, Betty, that you seconded Sharon's motion, and you were kind of motioning that perhaps you had a suggestion to make. And then I think Bill also had a suggestion. So we'll go next to Bill.
Great.
We'll keep going.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair. When I seconded the motion, we are talking about the work plan, and we have an overall investment committee work plan. We did talk about essentially a framework, right? I mean, it's an implementation framework about, getting to net zero. So incorporated into the work plan. I think the issues that Gail has raised, I looked at as issues that would be coming forth in the future as part of the planning proceed pillars of how we're going to carry out this framework. And so it is not, it's a discussion to be had rather than to have now. And so my second of the motion was just really to adopt this framework, part of the investment committee work plan, and that this would come back to us with all of the kind of business implementation elements still to be properly before us as we proceed. So, and I mean, that's how I understood the process, because we just needed a starting point in terms of the framework. And so the motion, as I seconded it, was to move in this direction, and that would include the pledge.
Thank you, Betty. Bill.
I guess, as always, I really embrace what the controller has said. The question that occurs to me is that if we adopt the work plan, we adopt the work plan, but that doesn't necessarily mean that we've adopted the net zero pledge at this point in time, is my understanding. If we just adopt the work plan, that the work plan has been adopted, but that's a separate issue. Am I missing something, Brian? It wouldn't be the first time, by the way.
No, actually, I think that's really what I think we're trying to nail down is what is the decision point on the pledge. So I think that's actually what you're trying to nail down. I think from what I can see, what I can gather from the discussion is everyone's in favor of sort of moving on the work plan without the pledge. And it is a question of whether or not board members feel comfortable moving on the pledge as a decision point in the work plan. I think that's what I'm discerning. So I perhaps one of the things that you could do is, as Sharon suggested about 10 minutes ago, is bifurcate your decision and approve the work plan, and then decide what you're going to do about the decision point on the pledge.
Yeah, right. That's a great suggestion. Thanks.
And I guess maybe, and Gail, I know your hand is up as well. I guess I just sort of want to try to, because I think we're very close, and I just want to try to figure out how to move forward. So, if we were to move forward or act on approving the work plan, which is the attachment 1 to the item, it indicates with all of our meetings through the fiscal year what activities we have planned, including those that we're required to do as fiduciaries. It also outlines the 2 major projects. It's Collaborative Model 2.0 and then action steps toward the low carbon future, and plan the path to net zero. I don't think there's disagreement around approving that work plan, which is to move down that path, with knowing that because of where because of all of the work that we've done so far and where we aspire to be, we will be exploring what that path to net zero looks like, including some of the things that we've talked about today, gathering data, identifying experts and consultants, and determining whether and on what time frame this is achievable based on some of the dependencies that Bill and others have talked about. But I guess, Gail, like, is that something that, maybe addresses some of the questions you've raised, that we still have details that will be continued to be brought before the committee that we'll discuss? I think it'll give us a chance to get into some of those specific technical issues that are still important for us to move in this direction, but allow us to say we're moving down this path, and these are the things that we're going to start to explore.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is it okay to speak? I agree. I still think, what I would like is to, I'm generally supportive of that. I am concerned that there's still details to work out that were not explicitly laid out, that we did not discuss today as a board. I'm happy to support the goals in the work plan. I would like in September to discuss the specifics of the work plan. So I don't know, Ms. Hendricks, if you would be willing to accept that friendly amendment, that today we're approving the goals and the objectives of the work plan, but just allow us some time to work on some of the details so that the board has all of the information available. I'm happy to support the what you referred to, Madam Chair, on pages 112 and 113, and the objectives around the collaborative model and a net carbon future. That I'm comfortable with. Some of the details, I still believe we should make sure that the assumptions going into the work plan, we have had the opportunity to fully vet and fully understand. So if you would accept that friendly amendment, that we absolutely agree with the goals, we absolutely agree with the cadence of the plan, but we're simply making sure that we understand all the assumptions and the details.
Sharon, are you?
I was just going to chime in and just say, it seems like when we've come to these places in the past, we use the language of adopting the work plan with flexibility. And that seems like that gives us room to do exactly what you're saying, Gail, to drill down deeper in September to get the information that you're wanting to get more. So I don't know if that's a more elegant, it just seems like that's been past practice to kind of capture the spirit, the goals, but also give us time in September to do a deeper dive into the information. So would that work?
Yeah, that's definitely more elegant. I appreciate that.
Well, I'm trying to
absolutely.
To get there. So I would then. Do I need to make a substitute motion, Brian?
Yes, please, just for the sake of clarity.
To adopt the work plan with flexibility.
Okay, and this is the work plan on attachment 1 to the memo. Okay. Does Betty need to second that because she seconded the original motion?
I'm happy to second, Madam Chair, and I just had a question for the staff with that.
Okay.
Just want to be sure that it's clear with respect to what Ms. Miller is requesting come back in September. So
Very much so,
okay,
Madam Controller.
great, thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor.
And a second.
Yeah, and a second. We do have, but wait, there's more. No, we do have some members of the public that would like to speak to this item specifically. So Samantha, we'll turn it over to you for the public comment. And I think we are the staff have adjusted the speaking time in order to manage the number of callers for this item, which is subject to a 10-minute public comment period. So Samantha.
Okay. Our first caller will be Kevin. Kevin, go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Kevin. Good morning. My name is Kevin Welch, Chair of the CTA Retirement Committee, the official representative body of CTA. CTA believes that the sustainability of CalSTRS pension system is not and should not be at odds with the sustainability of our planet. While we will need time to review the plan proposed by CalSTRS, we will be working with our members and leaders towards additional recommendations. We are enthusiastic about expanding the low carbon transition pathway to include a net zero emissions pledge and supporting actions. It is essential that we take concrete goals and measurable steps towards ensuring that the CalSTRS investment portfolio includes sound and responsible long-term investment strategies that addresses and responds to the shifts towards a greener, more sustainable world and economy. As companies and governments around the world are prioritizing climate responsibility, our goal is to ensure that investment decisions across portfolios give CalSTRS a competitive market advantage to maximize returns as well as provide our members the dependable retirement they can count on. It is important as beneficiaries and recipients of CalSTRS pensions who are concerned both with secure and sustainable retirements, as well as the environment, that the transition to a low carbon economy is timely as well as sound and has no impact to the long-term investment performance of the assets in which CalSTRS invests. We recognize that the proposal to include a net zero emissions action policy meets both the U.S. United Nations Race to Zero campaign that has already been adopted by 120 countries, and President Biden's commitment in April of 2021 that our country will achieve net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2050 in alignment with the Paris Agreement. However, we urge the board and staff of CalSTRS.
Our next caller will be Paula. Paula, go ahead.
Hi, I'd like to play a statement from Debbie Klein, the past president of the Faculty Association of California Community Colleges and faculty at Gatherland College.
I'm past president of the Faculty Association of California Community Colleges, faculty member at Gatherland College. Last year, FAC voted to ask CalSTRS to divest from fossil fuels. We all know the urgency of the climate crisis, and we all know that fossil fuel investments are losing value and are unlikely to rebound.
Go ahead.
We also know that divestment is a powerful political tool for taking away the license of the fossil fuel industry. Given that FAC, CFT, and many chapters of CTA have all asked you to divest, and given that 2 of your board members have come out publicly in favor of divestment, and a third has asked that you agendize this issue, I urge you to divest from fossil fuels as a way of exercising fiscal responsibility and climate action. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
So Samantha, it's Joy. I just there was some like echo or feedback with the last commenter. So I don't know if there's a technology issue we need to address.
It may just be that if you're in the queue, please just turn off your speaker sound on your computer, and that may have been the issue.
Thank you.
Yes, that definitely is the issue.
Our next caller is Park. Park, go ahead.
Hi, I appreciate this discussion. I appreciate the uncertainty that was mentioned. In your discussion of the North Star goal, why didn't you include a discussion of divestment? We can all agree that the future security of CalSTRS members in the marketplace requires rapid decarbonization. That is certain. What is also certain was that fossil fuel divestment is a powerful tool to decarbonize your portfolio rapidly. The UC system saw year-to-year decrease in carbon footprint of 44% when they divested. The New York State pension system is running the numbers and projecting enormous decarbonization within 4 years by using divestment as a tool. A board member stated, what we control, we can take action on. You are in complete control of your investments in the fossil fuel industry, and experts agree fossil fuel divestment is a fiduciarily responsible pathway and powerful tool to decarbonize rapidly. What is also certain is that without an open, balanced, and robust discussion of fossil fuel divestment, you risk losing the trust of a significant percentage of members of the system. You heard from some of us before in open comments. The CFT and FAC have all called for fossil fuel divestment, as have the largest chapters of the CTA. I would argue that support for fossil fuel investment.
Our next caller is Jane. Jane, go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Without being disrespectful, I'm beginning to wonder if we live on the same planet. Your work plan to reach net zero by 2050 is totally inadequate unless we include divestment from fossil fuels. Anything short of such action fails to recognize the urgency of the climate crisis and the cruel racial injustices that the shenanigans of the fossil fuel industry continue to inflict on BIPOC communities, as Enbridge is currently doing at Line 3. New York State has led the way. It's now your turn. I mean, the temperatures in the Arctic recently hit 118 degrees. and the town of Lytton in British Columbia was burned to the ground. Like mass shootings in the United States, these global atrocities are now commonplace, and our media are sadly ignoring the threat. Unless we act urgently, we will soon pass tipping points that will make it impossible for us to prevent runaway cataclysms that threaten civilization as we know it. Our children are suffering and will continue to suffer. As for your net zero plans, it is imperative that you read the recent article written by 3 climate scientists entitled "Concept of Net Zero is a Dangerous Trap." Basically, the article demonstrates how we do not have the technology to capture carbon adequately to offset the dramatic increase in carbon emissions, even if we have the technology up and running today, which we don't. I will end with a quote from the article. We have arrived at the painful realization that the idea of net zero has licensed a recklessly cavalier burn now, pay later approach, which has seen carbon emissions continue to soar. Come on, CalSTRS, do better than this. Let's get divestment from fossil fuels.
Our next caller is Dulce. Dulce, go ahead.
I'm going to play a comment for Dulce. Hello, everyone. My name is Dulce. I am part of a youth-led climate justice nonprofit organization called Youth versus Apocalypse, located in the Bay Area, California, also known as Alone Territory. I am here because CalSTRS is funding destruction and contributing to the rebuild of Line 3 by choosing money over people and calling it engagement. The money that is being used for the engagement comes from teachers and staff in my community. And CalSTRS engagement with Aimbridge and other fossil fuel companies does not benefit my community at all. In fact, it is one of the very things that destroys my community and causes a lot of harm. It is killing our lands and waters at a fast rate, and it's killing my people, my relatives, and the next generation slowly. A slow death by CalSTRS choice of investment. How ironic, isn't it? Our own community is being killed by our own money that we produce, and we don't even have a say, but CalSTRS does. CalSTRS has a choice, and their choice would be divestment. And I wish at least that the cultural genocide and the destruction of our water, lands, and future would stop at my neighborhood from money holders like CalSTRS. But no, it has reached other parts of the world, including Anishinaabe territory. But the money that counts.
Our next caller will be Lynn. Lynn, go ahead.
Yes. Hi, I'm Lynn Nittler, retired teacher, grateful for the pension you provide for me. I've read all your documents for today. Thank you for them. I recognize your effort. The current news is screaming to us of urgency. We don't have 30 or even 20 years. Andy Rowell of Oil Change International writes, nowhere is safe across the globe from Northern California to New Zealand. Killer heat is having a devastating effect on people, wildlife, and our natural environment. And there seems to be no respite for some of the worst affected areas. The Pacific Northwest of the U.S. and Canada seems stuck in a devastating heat dome. The temperatures are rising again this week. In fact, if you were meeting in Sacramento, you could experience temperatures of 108. The heat is having dire consequences. The record-breaking heat last week in British Columbia, which reached temperatures of 121, is responsible for hundreds of deaths. Bill McKibben explains our plight bluntly. If we don't bend the carbon curve in the next decade, then the rest of the stuff isn't going to matter so much, because it's going to be, if not hell, then a similar temperature. If we don't say no to coal, gas, and oil by saying yes to sun, wind, and conservation, and do it in this decade, we are completely screwed.
Thank you for your comment. Thank you for your comments. Our last caller is Diana. Diana, go ahead.
Hello. I'm thinking about your time going forward and your plans going forward, and I encourage you as you vote on plans to move forward to really give yourselves more time. I feel like you put in a lot of resources into agenda number 9, many models to consider and to look at and to think about. I would encourage you to look at every single one of those models and think about it. I really encourage you to integrate much more data and much more science into your plans, as well your work plan, as well as your pledge. A 2050 goal is way too late. I also really encourage you to agendize revisiting your divestment policy, as well as your investment policies. I don't think you're going to get to your plan to any goals, reducing your emissions without divestment. And thank you.
Thank you for your comments. That concludes all of the callers in the queue.
Okay, thank you, Samantha, and thank you very much to the members of the public for sharing your thoughts. So just to close off this agenda item, we do have a motion on the floor, and I think for these votes we need to do a roll call. So let's see, Alex, are you able to join us? Great.
I'm here.
Great, thanks, Alex.
Ms. Bradford,
Yes.
Ms. Hendricks,
Yes.
Mr. Kiley.
It's Keely, Alex. And it's
Keely.
No problem. Most people call me Kylie, but it is Keely. Thanks. Aye.
Mr. Pursuant.
Yes.
Ms. Erden,
Yes.
Ms. Yamamoto,
Aye.
Ms. Miller,
Aye.
Mr. Rufino,
Aye.
Mr. Johnson,
Aye.
Controller Yi,
Aye.
Chairperson Higa, would you care to vote?
Yes, I'll vote aye.
The motion passes.
Okay, thank you very much, Alex, and thank you, everyone, for a really robust discussion. Thank you, Chris and Kirsty and Tiffany and Alan. I know there were a lot of people who were consulted and helped us to make sure that we were, observing and following the process that we needed to as we consider these issues, and look forward to continuing to get your guidance as we are continuing this journey. There's a lot that we've already done, but as all of our board members have pointed out, there are lots of details that we still need to work through, and we'll be doing so over the next few meetings. Thank you. Okay, so let's move to agenda item number 10, which is a review of our fiscal year investment business plans. These get into the business plans for our specific asset classes. So Chris, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. And I'm going to make this really quick. CalSTRS is one of the few pension plans in the entire USA, one of only 3 that I'm aware of, that actually drafts business plans. As I said in the intro, the goal for me has always been for us to really think of ourselves as a money manager. We're trapped inside the body of a governmental entity, but we can still think like a money manager. Now, these are streamlined. We could create 4 pages each for each asset class, but they're streamlined, so accept that. I want to highlight at the beginning the 10-year financial plan. That's just an estimation. There are 2 big drivers of our resource need as a pension plan, not just STRS, but as an investment shop, and that's the assets under management. So I just assume a 7% growth rate. I net out our cash flow, but that high and that low band are really 1 standard deviation. So that's picking up about 2/3 of the potential outcome. That also means 1/3 of the potential outcomes over that. I've said it before, but this last fiscal year, 2021, is probably a 3 standard deviation or 4 standard deviation kind of event. So pretty amazing shifts. But the second part is complexity. And I included kind of a picture graph. I know the words get really small, but it tries to show at least the number of accounts and benchmarks and how the complexity of the plan is increasing over time. And we see that in our global peers. Those 2 drive our resource needs, which gives us, we have basically 3 cost centers. The traditional state budget, which is called the support budget that the Department of Finance and the legislature sees. We also have a continuously appropriated budget, and that's to pay the money managers that are under contract. So think primarily public equity, fixed income, some of the CIS and RMS and infrastructure managers are in that. And then really the lion's share that we've all spent a lot of time talking about is the partnership costs, which are netted from our returns. So there's not an actual bill that we send out. We just get a net number, but we've done a good job of estimating that now. And not estimating, identifying it in the cost report. So I have two budget presentations for you. One is a 10-year plan status quo, assuming the same amount of co-investments, the same amount of REOCs in real estate. And then I have another one that's assuming what I would call a conservative implementation of the collaborative model. It's hard to predict over the next 10 years. Jennifer reminded me of a phrase I used to use, that predicting the future is an inexact science. Obviously, predicting the future is really hard to do. So this is an estimation. I've really actually been fairly conservative, because while our plan really is to almost be double what we're proposing, I think this is more realistic. And what it says is that after about 5 years in the collaborative model, I think we can save up to $300 million a year. And when you get out to 10 years, I think it could be as much as $500 million a year of fee savings, which is massive when it comes to the underlying returns. So the directors are available if you have any questions about the specifics of any of their individual work plans. It's part of my ongoing phrase: you plan your work and then you work your plan. With that, we're open to questions.
Much, Chris. We've got Bill. Bill?
There, off mute. Thank you, Chris, and thank you for this great report. I just had two questions. One, do we have any estimate of what the 2021 savings was as a result of the collaborative model?
I don't have a hard number yet, Bill. We are working on that, Shafat and the team. The first thing we really want to get down is an acceptance of the methodology between us and Makita. And then the next step will be to measure that. We have been identifying, since starting about 3 years ago, what investment technically falls in the collaborative model and what does not, so that we can properly capture it. But then it's just getting the methodology right. And the hard thing with, and we know your desire for us to nail that savings number and publish it and be able to really verify that it's accurate. The biggest savings, Bill, is going to really come from the net profit sharing when we end co-investments. So, out the gate, you save money on the annual management fee, but the real big buck is going to be when you sell a co-investment. Instead of having to share 20% of the profits with an outside firm, we get to capture those. And so I think, unfortunately, the savings from the plan are going to be pretty episodic and not even. There'll be a base layer that's even, but then you'll have, real estate's a good example. We sold our entire senior housing facility portfolio to an outside firm, huge net payout. But because it was a unique terms, we had a huge amount of savings on that net payout. So, but we promise we will get you that number. I think it's more often going to come in the fall or the early winter when we do the cost report. Only because we're fiscal year based, but most of our GPs really do still operate on a calendar year basis. So we're going to have that odd mismatch with the state budget process of calendar year, fiscal year, unfortunately.
And
we'll do our best.
Great, Chris. What was it for 19 and 20, that fiscal year?
I don't have that number on hand either, but I know Shafat and the team are working it up. You asked me in our briefings the other day, and so we're working on it to get it to you so we can have the net cost savings.
And just another follow-up question. Will we begin to, where we have an ownership interest in an asset, will we begin to mark that to market on our financial statement?
The answer is yes. And for the rest of the board's clarification, you met Fairfield recently. Fairfield's an example of a company where we owned about 49%, but then 2 years ago, we bought the remainder, up to 95% of the company. We carry it at historic cost because it's really hard to measure a private real estate firm. But we are going to Bill's question, we're going to engage third-party evaluations. And yes, we will mark those real estate operating companies or any company we own, we'll mark it to market so that we can capture the value gain. And then as owners, it's potential that the company could issue a special dividend to the ownership, something like that. Both of those will be captured as added returns, but then also net savings when it comes to the collaborative model.
Right. And just one final question, because it was sort of a bit of an anomaly when I looked at it, and I'm sure there's a reasonable explanation. On the collaborative model investment cost analysis, in 21-22, we've got in basis points 58.3 basis points. And in the 22-23 goes up to 71.3 basis points. What is the disparity there? I'm sure there's a rational explanation. What would it be?
It's in the modeling, Bill. Instead of just assuming a steady 7% return year in and year out, because so much of the savings of the collaborative model come from those fee splits, I'm trying to overlay a little bit of the economic cycle, and assuming that this has been such a blockbuster year that we will likely see some liquidations from the current co-investments, maybe not next year, but then in the year after. Okay. It's a rough guesstimate, but that's why that's a seesaw pattern in the cost structure. The reality will not match what I have forecast, but I'm just trying to show that it will not be smooth. It will be choppy. I'm sure there'll be at least one recession, if not two, over the next 10 years. That would be normally typical, but we'll see.
Well, thank you very much. Great report.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, Bill. We'll go to Harry.
Thanks, Chris. Thanks for the report. The 10-year plan is always interesting to read through. Just a acknowledgement and recognition that throughout this document and across the asset classes, a nice write-up on the importance of diversity and inclusion, principle that we believe in, and that we practice and continue to measure and monitor. The fact that it's written up in the 10-year plan, I want to acknowledge that I saw that, and I think it's critically important that we continue that great work on the journey of diversity, equity, and inclusion across the asset class, and using our influence to promote that throughout all of finance. So good work and keep it up.
Thank you.
Thank you, Harry. Karen.
Hi, thank you, Chris. Thank you, Madam Chair. I always remember, Chris, that you tell us to keep a copy of these business plans so that we can refer to them throughout the year. One of the things that kind of stuck out to me is, as Harry said, the diversity, inclusion, equity, and inclusion, that was really prominent in all the business plans. And when you look at CalSTRS, the 10-year plan and the collaborative model, that means collaborative model, we're going to bring more staff, more business, more investments, more work in staff internally, as opposed to externally. And so when you say internally, that to me, it kind of flags people. And so there was only one business plan that referenced a succession plan that they're working on. So, and I know that I asked you this before, but I just kind of wanted to bring this to the attention of the other asset classes, that you said that they're working on it, but I just want to get some affirmation that this is going to be done, because in 10 years, who's to say what's going to happen to our staff? So I just want to make sure that we're holding on tight with that.
Karen, you hit it right on head. Real estate was volunteered, and I have said it was our biggest risk was succession planning. So the senior staff there went through a succession planning effort with HR. They found it very fruitful. So now we have rolled it out to the entire branch. April Wilcox has been leading that effort. Every portfolio manager and director and up have participated in an introduction from HR on succession planning. And so now we will begin that process. Succession planning in corporate entities is very prescriptive. They already know usually who's going to replace somebody the minute they leave. We're civil servants, so we can't do that. That's against the rules. But what we can do is make everyone as competitive as possible so that we have a rough idea when somebody leaves who can step up and compete. And I've given you my pledge, and I continue to, that before I leave, we're going to have solid people in place to compete for every job in the investment branch. Many of them, senior jobs like Scott's and mine and April's, you're going to want to open to outside competition. But you'll have a really qualified internal 1 or 2 people ready to compete for those jobs. So succession planning is still, it's a priority you've made for me, and it's a priority that we have for every asset class.
And I just wanted to add what Chris said. We plan to have every asset class completing their plan on succession planning and career growth for all of the staff by next summer.
Great, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Karen. Betty?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Really appreciate the discussion on the diversity and inclusion, and just want to applaud the tremendous successes that CalSTRS has had, not only internally, but also with our public companies. And I know that there's been some movement, I guess, with respect to private equity firms and their portfolio companies. And I guess I wanted to just make an ask to explore on the heels of what I thought was a really stellar diversity forum this year by both CalPERS and CalSTRS. Really love the content. Whether we could explore maybe partnering with CalPERS and ILPA to host a diversity conference for private equity firms. I just think there needs to be a little bit more of a kind of a sharper poke, if you will, about moving ahead. And certainly with the great progress that we can show, I'm hopeful that we can hopefully inspire what can happen in the private space.
Betty, that's a great idea. And in fact, state of Washington, who probably of any pension plan has the most percentage of their portfolio in private equity. Teresa Whitmarsh, who's about to retire, but even the new CEO, have made that a goal of theirs. And I think teaming up with them and CalPERS and us, we can absolutely do that. ILPA's had some seminars. We have some GPs who have really recognized that that's a critical issue and are willing to step up and have pledged to make sure that, I think it's by 2030, that 1/3 of their board seats on their portfolio companies are with diverse candidates. I want to see the entire industry pledge to that, and it needs to be accelerated. So I hear your effort on a sharper stick, and we'll reach out to state of Washington and then to PERS and see what we can get together with ILPA.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Great. Thank you, Betty. Chris, no other questions from committee members right now. Thank you very much. And to everybody whose faces I don't see, but I know who are on the phone, your senior team, just great job as usual with the business plans. Just to clarify, Chris, the memo for the item says this is a consent action item. Is this something we need to approve, or is it informational?
We have waffled back and forth over the years between approval and just acceptance. I made it an action item because I guess I personally feel better that you're aligned as a board with what we're saying, so that the staff is, but it is technically informational. It should not have been on consent. It is so it is at the committee's pleasure, whether you want to approve these or just receive them.
Okay. We don't have a motion. I see Brian here. Maybe Brian might have some legal guidance for us on how we handle it.
I recommend receiving as opposed to approving.
Thank you. Okay. Well, Chris, I think you heard comments from a number of the board members, both asking some clarifying questions as well as indicating support for a lot of what's contained within the business plan. So, received, and we look forward to continuing to get updates from you and your team throughout the year on the progress that we're making. Great. Thank you. Okay, so we just so people know, we are running a little bit behind. We have 2 more items that we were hoping to clear before we break for lunch, and then we've got a full afternoon. But we have a first reading of another investment policy and management plan revision, and then the CIO report. And I guess we will absolutely take what time is needed for questions or discussion, but just ask Geraldine with the next item, and then Chris with your CIO report. Just keep an eye on the clock. Okay, great. Geraldine, so item 11.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Good to see you all. This is the investment policy management plan. We're requesting 3 things. Part of the 2019 asset liability management study, you approved steps to get to the new final asset allocation. And those steps were necessary to allow the private assets to slowly pace into their asset class rather than try and jump in and be opportunistic. So private assets have been moving along, even though this has been kind of a crazy volatile year. We will increase the private assets by about 3%. So private equity 1%, inflation sensitive and RMS all by 1%. And then we'll be reducing global equity by 2% and fixed income by 1%. So that's in the policy. That's the recommendation. We are hoping to approve this for July 1st, since the portfolio is ready for that. Of course, that's up to your discretion. Concurrently, because we're going to more illiquid assets, we are moving our limit on illiquid assets from 35 to 40%. We're recommending that change. Finally, the final change is risk mitigating strategies. In June, you approved a policy change, and this is just implementing that policy change. There's some background in the agenda about the next asset liability study, but I wanted to assure you it's not a study we start the year that we come to you. We are always studying it. We're doing liquidity modeling as you speak, or as I speak, and understanding what that means to the portfolio. How do we rebalance, make sure we can pay benefits, make sure we can be opportunistic as we invest. We'll be modeling that, modeling the asset allocation or the asset class risk return profile, and we'll be back to you. So I'll leave it out there for any discussion or questions you may have.
I'll just note for the committee that there is an attachment with a memo from Makita concurring with the recommended policy changes. Any questions on this, or I'd entertain a motion to approve these if anyone is so willing.
So moved, Madam Chair.
Second. Second.
Thank you very much. Let me see, Alex, I think we need to have you come back on the line for a vote. Thank you.
All right. Ms. Bradford?
Yes.
Ms. Hendricks?
Yes.
Mr. Keeley?
Aye.
Mr. Pursuant?
Yes.
Ms. Erden?
Yes.
Ms. Yamamoto?
Aye.
Ms. Miller?
Aye.
Mr. Rufino?
Yes.
Controller Yi?
Aye.
Mr. Johnson?
Aye.
Chairperson Higa, would you care to vote?
Yes, I vote aye.
The motion passes.
Great. Thanks very much, Alex. Thank you, Geraldine.
Thank you.
Okay, agenda item number 12. We'll bring Chris back. Welcome back, Chris, for the CIO report.
Thank you, Joy. And I am going to be very fast, and I'm going to save you from going through my slides. So, Mr. Johnson, apologize for the chance to run through that with you. 4 key things I want to share with you today. Number 1, our June 30 numbers. We're not going to have the official net asset value probably till tomorrow or maybe Monday, because we've got to reconcile everything. But it looks like we closed above $308 billion. So all-time record high for CalSTRS and the net asset value of the portfolio. And just to leak this out, I think our return is going to be above 25%. The official number will probably not be out until about July 20th, because we've got to get numbers in from private equity real estate, and that takes time. I understand CalPERS will report before that. We're doing our best, but I trust April and her team, and they're telling me around July 22nd. So we'll officially post it. You'll hear it first. But that number would actually be the highest return that we've had since the late 80s. Just a huge number. It is still impossible for me to tell you that a pandemic is a good thing, but you would think that based on that kind of a return. All it tells you is that federal government stimulus from monetary and fiscal policy is a good thing. But as I've warned you, at some point, some generation is going to have to pay that back. But that's another discussion for another day. So for the public that's listening, 308 billion, all-time record high, and certainly a return somewhere up in the mid 20% range. Our peers are going to be probably as high as 28 and as low as 20. It's really going to come down to how much public equity you have in your portfolio. Asset allocation will be explaining 95% of the return between peers without question. The other thing is I want to highlight in the report, the risk report created by Geraldine and her team, we have 3 risk budgets in there now in my CIO report. So on the web, it's page 240, 241 and 242. I'm not sure in Diligent if that's matching up, but you'll see a risk budget for public equity, CIS, and fixed income. And that will be part of the standard new reporting. And then lastly, if you will just indulge me for 1 second, I would really like to introduce our student interns. Last year, we've had a summer intern program for probably going on 7 or 8 years now. Last year, I canceled it because I just didn't know how to pull it off from a digital remote standpoint. This year, we thought we'd give it a try. We shrunk it. We only have 6 students that are directly STRS, working with STRS. But we also have 2 students, one from the real estate industry and then one from Girls Who Invest that spend the summer with us. The thing I just have to say, you know, they're remote. They're all over the country. They're not in Sacramento necessarily. They're on their own reconnaissance because we have to trust that they're working 8 hours a day. But the thing I have to say that surprised me about being virtual is the reach we have. As you're going to hear, these students are from universities all over the country. So I really think it's actually our richest student group. I'm really sorry they're not together to get that value of that interaction, but they're doing projects for us. They're shadowing me, shadowing Scott, April, a lot of the senior leadership team. So I think they're still getting a lot of the rich experiences. So they should be queued up. I'm going to call out their names, ask them to just introduce themselves real quick, the school they're going to, their year and their major, and then what they want to do when they graduate. So first, I'm going to call on Sohail. Thank you very much. Sohail Varshni.
Nice to meet everyone. Thanks so much for having me. My name is Sohail Varshni. I'm going to be an incoming sophomore at the Stern School of Business at New York University studying finance and entrepreneurship. And I'm looking to obtain a career in the investments industry, whether that's asset management or investment banking.
And I'll highlight Sohail actually shadowed me one day when he was in high school because he lives here in Sacramento. And so an awesome kid. His father was the head dean of the Sac State Business School. So next up, Catherine Gordon.
Hi, I'm Katie Grogan. I'm a rising junior at the University of Pittsburgh. I'm majoring in finance, but also studying data analytics and minoring in Chinese or Asian studies. As for my career goals and aspirations, I intend to stay in the financial sector, possibly in asset management or on the data and tech side.
So you can ask her any question in Mandarin. I can't believe that. Next up, Sophia, please.
Hi, good morning, and thank you for having us. I'm Sophia Jaro. I'm a recent graduate from Loyola University, Chicago. I studied business and information tech, and a potential career goal of mine is to eventually explore the financial sector overseas. So thank you so much.
Again, amazing schools, Pittsburgh, Loyola, Chicago. It's awesome. Next up, Christopher Fisher.
All right, good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me. My name is Christopher Fisher. I am a rising senior at UCLA, majoring in economics and international development studies. After graduation, I hope to stay within the investment sphere and work on getting a CFA.
Thanks, Thomas. So we actually have a UCLA student for the first time for all of you in LA. Pretty excited about that. Thomas.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me. My name is Thomas Din, and I'm an incoming fourth year at UC Davis. I'm pursuing a major in managerial economics with a minor in accounting. And in the future, I hope to also work in asset management and possibly pursue an MBA as well.
Thanks, Thomas. Nicholas.
Hi, my name's Nicholas. I'm a fourth year at UC Davis. I'm a managerial economics major as well and a tech management minor. And I hope to pursue a career in asset management and get an MBA as well.
And it's interesting to me that I'm seeing more and more of the students get majors or minors in tech. So you're seeing those two worlds very much collide, is managerial economics and then technology. It's amazing. Those are the students that are working directly through us. We have a great partnership with University Enterprises at Sac State that helps us put this together because it is complex to do this. But we have two additional people, and hopefully Brittany will be able to join us. Brittany is in a special program in Washington, D.C. She's been with PRIA, the Real Estate Association. But first, Winnie, I'm going to have you introduce yourself. We do a partnership with Girls Who Invest that helps supplement their income, and they spend some time in asset managers. They spend some time at a university with a big cohort, and then they get sent out to different funds to work with us. So Winnie, can you introduce yourself?
Hi, everyone. My name is Winnie. I'm a junior at Pomona College, majoring in computer science economics, and I'm part of the Girls Who Invest program. And I'm interested in pursuing a career in asset management as well.
And then Brittany, are you on by chance? Brittany Delgado? I don't see her, unfortunately, as I said. So Brittany is, let me grab my notes real quick. Brittany is with PRIA, which is the Real Estate Association. They have started up a program somewhat from our inspiration. Brittany is an undergrad at Cal State Fullerton, business administration major, concentrating in finance and real estate. She didn't put down what her goal was, but I know she does want to get into the real estate industry, and I've applauded her because she'd be one of the few women that helps change the face of that industry. So an awesome group of students, as you can see, very diverse. You can grill them with any questions because I told them you might cold call on them.
Chris, thank you so much for giving us a chance to meet everybody. I really regret that we're not able to meet you in person. I know that everybody that you see on the screen is aching for the day that we can come back together and meet in our boardroom. So I'm sorry that we're not able to do that with you, but it's great that you took the opportunity to be with us on screen today. Hopefully learning from, just kind of observing the interactions that we have as a committee. And you're working with some of the best in class with Chris and the rest of our investment team at CalSTRS. So, take advantage of every minute that you have. And, we look forward to seeing you again. Maybe you'll be coming back in front of us in a different capacity at some point. But thank you so much for joining us today.
Enjoy. That concludes my CIO report.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chris. I know that Chris, as usual, included a lot of information as pre-read for the board. So let me just take a minute and ask. I'm sorry, I see I do have a comment or a question from our board chair, Harry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks, Chris, for the report, and always love meeting the interns. Continue good work there. In your write-up, you did, I think it was in your CIO write-up. It was somewhere in your writing. I know Cassandra tomorrow will be speaking about the return to the office and what that means for CalSTRS. Maybe you could speak a little bit about where you and your team are currently, given where we all are here in California, thankfully because of the vaccines and the number of people that have been vaccinated. Such a complex issue, and you did reference it in terms of using next year to kind of reflect upon, but maybe a status report. Where is everyone now, and what's your envision for the next 3 months, 6 months, 12 months?
Okay, thanks, Harry. Everybody right now is still remote. There's a smattering of people going back to the office. We basically have said the office is kind of an open house. You're welcome to come back. There are two big drivers to the morale of staff, and I think their willingness. Number one is schools, whether the schools are in session and daycares are available. And then number two is really the mask rules. People have expressed, because if you're in your private office, you don't have to wear a mask, but if you're out in the corridors, the CDC in California go back and forth about whether you have to wear a mask or not. And there's some discomfort, especially for the people out in the cubicles, of wearing a mask all day. So what I have said at this point is that the rule for 2021 is flexibility. That's the key word. The plan is for basically everybody to mentally prepare to come back on September 7th. That's the day after Labor Day. Right now, we're asking each of the directors to survey their staff and figure out if that means 5 days, 4 days, 3 days, or 2 days a week in the office. And what we'll do is simply, because I've never done this, and we have nobody else we can really rely on who's done this kind of a transition back in. Yes, technology worked in a hybrid world before, but what Silicon Valley did just doesn't match a lot of what we do. So I've said to everybody, from a management standpoint, we've got to play this by ear. We're going to try a schedule from September to Halloween and see how that works. Get feedback from the directors and from Scott and April and I. We'll tweak it and try another schedule then from Halloween to Christmas. I think that the holidays help people keep things in mind. Hopefully by the Christmas time, we'll have nailed down a clear plan of who's in, who's out, what days. What I really want is a connected office. So whether they are working remote or working in the headquarters, they're connected, 100% connected. And we're able to figure out who's in, who's out, where they are. We're shifting to teams. And I really have to say credit to Cassandra and Ashish and the team of building technology. The challenge is not so much building technology at home, it's about building that connectivity in the office, because we worry about so many issues of viruses and things, and can we be fully connected in the office environment? If we haven't nailed the plan down by December, then I said we'll give it another shot from December to President's Day. I've said to the staff, hopefully early in 22, we'll nail down a pretty fixed schedule of what we're going to do. The majority of staff will be in. I know Cassandra's already said there's some jobs that they have that they can have external 100%. We're evaluating that. I'm not sure that's going to be true within the investment branch, but we're trying to evaluate it. As I've said to you, I definitely need a San Francisco office because I've got people, I don't have enough seats in West Sacramento. And so, we've got people who don't want to have to commute this direction. We'd rather have them, if they have to go into an office in San Francisco. So we'll be planning that out in the next year. But I think you'll see the majority of staff. I have to say, Harry, I am just utterly amazed at how efficient and how well we've worked 100% remote. It's just shocking to me. I can't say we're firing off on 100% on all cylinders. I know we're missing the culture. I know we're missing the interaction and the talk between people. Especially that knowledge transfer from senior people to junior people. But I'm not seeing big cracks in the ship. We're operating and we're doing okay. And, goodness, you look at the alpha we generated this year, you'd almost think it's better to be remote. I don't believe that's true, and I'm not going there. So we'll come back in. We'll stage it over time. We'll be flexible, and I'll be happy to report back. And we've already worked very closely with Cassandra on what the building's going to do, how we're going to do it. I just would ask the committee to say, this year the word's got to be flexible. You still have the Delta variant out there. You have the India variant out there. I think we'll be fine in the fall, but we're just going to have to play it by ear.
Thanks, Chris. And I want to make sure that the board, we stay in our appropriate lane around this issue. What's management's responsibilities and where, if at all, does the board weigh in? None of us have done this before. And I think there's a myriad of issues, not the least of which are equity issues, cyber issues, facility issues, compensation issues, culture issues, and the list goes on and on. I would just caution us all, and I'll certainly communicate this with Cassandra tomorrow, making any permanent decisions about the future of our workforce based upon this one-off. And I can't help but to think, had the Fed and Congress not stepped in, whether or not we'd all be so confident that working from home and remotely is such a great thing. Certainly there's some things we can learn. The technology is going to continue to improve. There will be a place for it. I think it's to be determined. And I'm speaking for myself as individual, and I have this opportunity because you're right in front of me on the screen right now, Chris, so I get to ask you. So I wanted to get inside your brain. I thought it was important for us to hear where your staff is and how it's going right now and how you're thinking about bringing folks back into the office. So thank you.
Cassandra, I see you joined us, and I don't know if there was any comment you wanted to make. I didn't want to.
No, I just didn't know if there was anything further that you wanted me to address. I will be talking about it tomorrow in the CEO report. And Chris is right on. We are all working collectively with the branches on what's going to work best for them, and flexibility is going to be of utmost importance to the whole organization.
Great. Okay. Great. Thank you. And thanks for the very good question, Harry. I think we've all been reading headlines, especially as some of the, big investment firms are taking different paths, and what people think that does or doesn't mean in terms of recruiting and retaining. So interesting. Okay. Well, thank you, everybody. Thank you so much for your patience in giving us the time to have the discussion that we needed to work through some of the items on our agenda for this morning. So we are going to take a break now. Our open session will reconvene at 1 o'clock to continue some of the open session items, and then the board will go into closed session. So I just ask everyone to log back into Zoom 5 minutes or so before 1, just so that we can start on time. Okay, thanks everyone. Have a good break. Okay, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back into the Investment Committee. We're continuing our open session today. So we're on agenda item 13, which has 3 parts, 13A, B, and C. It's a series of first reading of several investment policy revisions. Let's see, Scott, I see you on the screen, so I think maybe we'll turn it over to you. And you probably were already planning on this, but maybe before we dive into the individual policies, maybe if you could just provide a little bit of the context for kind of the types of policies that we're trying to move forward, just to give the board some context.
Okay, great. Yeah, no, thanks, Joy. We have the first readings of 3 policies today, and we're going to try to spend roughly half the time on the fixed income and CIS. They share the risk budget as a major component of those policy changes that we're recommending in the first reading. And then half the time we're going to spend in private equity, which you probably read in the materials. We're looking to further the collaborative model in seeking higher position sizes in discretion for streamlining our processes. So I want to start off just by introducing the risk budget concept. It's been about a year since we studied and adopted a risk budget in global equities. And I wanted to spend some time to frame the discussion and outline the overall plan at a high level. So the risk budget, as you remember, it's really to improve both sides of our equation. It improves risk management because we can line up our projects and think about the components of our portfolio really from a risk return perspective, because it gives us a measure around the risks. And we've also described it as enhancing the investment flexibility to maximize our returns. There are plenty of examples in global equities. We talked about active versus passive splits by region and allocation on a risk and predicted excess return across these subsectors. The same goes for fixed income. It's core versus opportunistic fixed income. In CIS, it could be the activist versus sustainable active management. I wanted to make it clear that our plan is to adopt risk budgets in the public market assets where it can be effectively measured, it can be monitored and applied. So global equities, we've already adopted that, but we're seeking adoption in both fixed income and the CIS global equity portfolios. We don't plan to adopt risk budgets in the private market assets. At a high level, there are 4 important areas that we keyed in on. The first is the policy changes, and you'll note that there are 2 areas of policy change. The first is in adopting a risk budget range, and the second is in the rebalancing framework in the IPMP. The teams will discuss that today, so I'll let them cover that. The second area is risk reporting. You know that we use BlackRock Aladdin as a risk tool in this area. We are reporting to the board quarterly on a risk budget and the ranges in the CIO report. Chris mentioned that this was the first report where he had all 3 of those public market portfolios listed. If the board goes forward and eventually adopts the risk budgets, we will be including that on a quarterly basis. Just for your information, we are reviewing monthly internally both our compliance groups and our risk teams. So internally, we are reviewing it monthly, though it's calculated daily, and the teams are in fact looking at them daily. The third element that we focused on are benchmark changes. So we've attempted where it's possible to align the benchmarks to the framework of risk budget. You'll notice that that's in the 3 policies, in the 2 global equity portfolios, we're able to simplify the benchmarks. In other words, we're aggregating the sub-asset allocations by region into one global equity benchmark. And if you remember the pyramid that we had showed about the benchmarks, it's really just taking it at a higher level, and we're aligning that risk budget to the policy benchmarks that the board sets. So rather than have a number of benchmarks, it's aggregating it and simplifying it. The fixed income benchmark remains the same. So the final element is how then is compensation affected through some of these benchmark changes. So I wanted just to reiterate that a few years ago, the board decided to delegate to the CEO the authority to make compensation changes after being recommended by the consultant and reviewing it with human resources. So these are decisions that go into the appendix of the compensation policy, decisions such as excess return targets, effective date changes, adopting the benchmarks that the board selected, weighted performance of criteria. And I just want to let you know that that's a process that has taken place. And essentially you'll see that in the write-ups. But the final element of the benchmarks, and I want to call Steve McCourt up just to touch on this briefly, because they have suggested a review. And Steve, do you want to talk a little bit about that?
Sure. We had some discussions in the earlier open session about this already. But you'll see in all of the policy revisions requested by staff in the language in the Makita memos around any appropriate compensation benchmark changes. Our philosophy in these recommendations was to make the compensation benchmark and related changes neutral to what they've been historically. But as we do a broader review of benchmarking in the overall CalSTRS program, our intention is to review at that time in the context of every asset class and the context of the risk budgets across asset classes, appropriate composites, benchmarking, and excess return targets for each asset class to make sure that each of the asset classes is aligned and incentive compensations being consistently applied across the asset classes.
Great, thank you, Steve. So hopefully that gives the board a nice framework up front for the next stage of the discussions. And I'd like to call up the first asset class to review, fixed income. Glenn?
Great. Thanks, Scott. Good afternoon. Glenn Hosokawa, your Director of Fixed Income. And here with me today, and who's going to be doing much of the heavy lifting for us on this item, is Rosie Lucasini-Jack, one of your portfolio managers. We're here to present potential policy changes for fixed income, with the main themes being active risk budget and the agility for the collaborative model. So this is a first reading, but if the investment committee is so inclined, the policy can be approved today. So if you could please turn to the next slide. Thank you very much. Since it was implemented into the fixed income policy in 2005, fixed income has been managed by percentage ranges for our two main strategies, those being core with a range of 70 to 100% and opportunistic with a range of 0 to 30%. As you can see on this slide, as of May 31st, we're approximately 81% core and 19% opportunistic. So this policy has served the fund very well over the past 16 years. With that in mind, there are always changes that could be made and enhancements. So we feel the recommended revisions that Rosie will be going over shortly will provide more flexibility and enhance our ability to manage the fixed income portfolio for the benefit of the educators of California, while providing more transparency to the investment committee in terms of our risk management. So now over to you, Rosie.
Thanks, Glenn. Hi, I'm Rosie Lucasini-Jack, and I'm one of your portfolio managers in fixed income. And as Glenn said, the main purpose of our item today is twofold. First, to seek board approval to incorporate an active risk budget, and then also to recommend an explicit target within the fixed income allocation to private credit. Next slide, please. Fixed income staff work with our internal risk team as well as Makita to recommend an active risk budget. The proposed range is between 10 and 60 basis points for the publicly traded fixed income assets. This would replace the core and opportunistic max policy weights that Glenn showed you on the previous slide. The proposed range would not materially change the risk in the portfolio or its oversight. If approved, there will be no changes to the fixed income benchmarks or the ESG policy, nor would there be any changes in how staff manages the portfolio. Now, while this is a policy change, the day-to-day management of the portfolio will be exactly the same as it is now. Fixed income was the first asset class to adopt the Aladdin risk system in 2006. And ever since, we've utilized this tool to manage our risk, monitor our tracking error, and keep tabs on the weights between our core and opportunistic investments. We'll continue to use this tool to do so. In addition, the risk team will independently report, monitor, and provide oversight of the risk budget to the CIO and in turn the board. What you see here is a reflection of the types of reporting that you'll see from the risk team that shows our current active risk as of April 30th of 36 basis points. Next slide, please. In addition to the risk budget, staff is recommending an explicit language to identify and target a maximum limit to private credit of 5%. As part of the collaborative model, fixed income has already ventured into 2 small private credit investments, one of them with real estate, and staff worked with Makita in establishing the 5% limit. The recommendation for private credit is consistent with investment staff's prior communication to the Committee on Private Credit Strategies. Many of these strategies are a complement to an existing fixed income portfolio as they provide contractual income with a higher risk-adjusted return, while at the same time lowering the correlation to traditional publicly traded debt instruments. Our existing fixed income policy already allows these correlated investments, but our request moves to a maximum limit of 5% that we expect to take years to achieve. With that, we'd like to open it up to the board for any questions.
Thank you, Rosie, and thanks, Glenn. Let me see, are there any questions from board members? Let's see, I've got Lynn. Lynn?
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation. I was just curious with regards to the private credit debt strategies. I believe I read in the item that this would not be included in the compensation benchmark because, you know, it's not going to be part of the risk budget. It won't be, it's private. It's not the public aspect of fixed income. So curious how the folks working on the private credit would be compensated for their work on that.
I don't know if you want me to lead out, Scott, or you, or Makita.
Why don't you go ahead and lead out, Glenn?
Okay. In terms of how staff would be compensated, as you know, currently it's only about a 1% weighting within fixed income, and the limit will be 5%. So the majority of staff's time will be dedicated to the public side as well as this. So we won't have at the beginning 100% dedicated staff members to just private credit. That will be something in additional that they do to their day-to-day work on the public side, which we feel will be an easy transition because it is still looking at credit, a lot of the same metrics they're entertaining and a lot of the same scope that they're looking at. In terms of compensation, and maybe Makita will like to jump in, that's part of the study that will take place. Currently, as Steve mentioned at the beginning of this item before we started, was they were trying to keep benchmarks as status quo as possible currently, as they're going to be reviewing benchmarks and compensation going forward. But I'll stop there.
Let me see. I don't see anybody from Makita on. So Glenn, it maybe, or Steve, do you have anything to add to Glenn's response?
No, I mean, I think at the 5% limit, it's a de minimis amount at this stage. And at some point in the future, as it becomes more material in the portfolio, it would be appropriate to reflect it in benchmarks used for incentive compensation.
Okay, thank you. And I have one follow-up question. Just curious, I think I also read something that the next ALM study may consider creating private debt as a separate asset class. And what would some of the considerations around that be? And do you think that it would be possible to look at that in the next 3 years, or are you expecting private debt to grow that quickly?
Yeah, we currently our NAV on private credit across the total fund is relatively low. It's roughly 1.5%. I think as we look outwards, we're seeing a number of opportunities, not only in fixed income, but in real estate, in private equity, in innovation. And so many of the asset classes are taking advantage of private credit opportunities. We suspect this will grow organically, and maybe we'll get to a measure of 3% of the total fund. If you were to compare ourselves to a peer set, that's likely fairly low still. So it is something that we're studying. And I would say that as we go out a year, we'll likely be picking up a discussion from an asset allocation perspective, where we'll be looking at the unique qualities of the risk return, and then understanding how we're going to execute and manage it across the different asset classes. It is an item, though, that might bear further education at the board's discretion, and staff would be happy to bring that forward.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Great. Thank you, Lynn. Next, we've got Frank.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Scott and Rosie and Glenn. I had a quick question. How does moving to a risk budget approach improve portfolio transparency and risk management?
Yeah, so I think that it really helps us to manage the risk of the portfolio, because if you took a global equity portfolio prior to this time, the way we managed it was through active and passive splits by region. Those had been set a long time ago, and to truly manage risk, we ought to be looking at every manager, at every subcomponent, and every part of the portfolio in terms of its tracking error risk or its active risk. We compare that to the board's policy decisions around the benchmarks. So we know exactly how we differ from those policies, and we're taking that active risk to generate active return. So it really helps us understand if, where are we taking more risk and not getting the adequate return, and where are we taking less risk and getting more return. So we're optimizing the portfolio, and we can be very transparent about those measures because we can report to the board, as we said in the CIO report, and we can talk about how the portfolio is constructed. So we see this as a vast improvement. And I'm going to quote Makita in the study we did about a year ago. And it's been a year, so I think we're refreshing a lot of this in our memories. But in that study, Makita said this is a growing best practice in the industry. And this is the direction that funds should be moving into. So I quoted you there, Steve, and I don't know if you want to say. So hopefully that answers your question, Frank.
Yes, he did. Thank you.
Okay, great. Let's see, there aren't any other board members in the queue right now. I think the only question I have, and Scott, this I'm sorry, let me hold and go to our board chair, Harry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I have a good sense of why the staff and Makita is recommending this policy change. But let me ask Steve, your level of confidence in this policy change, had we not had the experience of Glenn and his team leading fixed income for so long? In other words, how much of this policy change depends upon execution and the skills of the people that are implementing it?
From our perspective, the policy change makes sense regardless of the team that's executing it. It's, as Scott said, it's a more holistic way of managing the risk that any of your staff is able to take outside of policy risk that's set by the board. So Glenn's team is fantastic, but their fantasticness doesn't play into, in our minds, the recommended approval of this policy. This adoption of a risk budget, in our minds, better allows the committee to assess the relative risk that staff is able to take under delegated authority. And it's a powerful tool in the public markets to take advantage of.
Thanks. And Madam Chair, I would like to be sure that in the minutes, it does reflect the recommendation by Makita around the harmonizing of the benchmarks and these policy changes, so that it's duly noted and that the appropriate follow-up occurs relative to benchmarking compensation conversations during this fiscal year. And how and who does that, I think we have to figure out, whether or not it's the full compensation committee, which is the full board now, or perhaps we have some ability to put together a smaller working group of perhaps 2 board members working with the consultants to accomplish that. But I would like that reflected in the minutes so that we are held accountable to doing that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Great, thank you very much, Harry. And I'm sure that Alex has noted that in the minutes, and we'll cover those at the end of open session. Brian, I see you popped up.
I just wanted to let you know that we would make sure it was in the minutes, but you're ahead of me.
No, thank you, Brian. Thank you. And just kind of on a related note, I think one other item that I wanted to record for follow-up and think about is, in addition to benchmarking changes that are approved by the committee, and then will be looked at holistically, as Harry mentioned. Scott, I know you mentioned in your opening remarks, and we've talked about the fact that there also are other compensation policy changes that are delegated to the CEO based on committee action. And I think I would be interested in just a mechanism to, it doesn't have to be a verbal report out at a future board meeting, but just sort of some kind of confirmation of when the CEO makes sort of that change following an investment committee decision. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. In fact, part of the process, and we haven't done this for a while, but part of the process is essentially at the next earliest board meeting, it'll be written into a memo from the CEO and the HR staff to the board.
Great. That's perfect.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you. That helps a lot. Okay. So Glenn and Rosie, thank you very much. No other questions right now. Again, this policy it's a first reading. It'll come back for a second reading at our next meeting in September, unless there is any interest in committee action right now. So I think, so Glenn and Rosie, we'll, I think no questions beyond some of the follow-up items related to compensation and benchmarking. But this will come back to the committee in September. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Okay, so now we're moving to 13B, which is also consideration of a risk budget for our sustainable investment and stewardship strategies. Scott, I don't know if you want to kick it off or if we're going straight to Kirsty.
Let's go straight to Kirsty.
Okay, great.
Great, thank you very much. Hi, everybody again. Kirsty Jenkinson, the Director of Sustainable Investment and Stewardship Strategies. I'm going to use 5 slides to explain the 50 to 250 basis points risk budget range that we're recommending as a change in the CIS public portfolio policy. And if the slides and presentations look a little bit similar to Glenn and Rosie's, it is intentional. We did coordinate closely in advance to try and be as consistent in our approach here. My colleague Philip Larue is with me, and he's going to be available to answer any questions as well, as he's closely involved in managing this part of the portfolio. Just as a quick reminder, Scott mentioned this earlier, but we're just talking about a risk budget for the CIS public portfolio today, not the CIS private portfolio that you've also recently granted approval for. If I could go to the next slide, please. This is the structure of the CIS portfolio, the public side right now. The team has been managing the active equity portion, that's the boxes I see on the right, for the past 15 years. Although we've been adjusting and diversifying the strategies that we invest in on that side. You'll recall that on the left-hand side, the CIS passive equity component was formally made part of the CIS portfolio in July last year. And at the same time, the board approved the MSCI ACWI IMI CalSTRS customized benchmark for the whole portfolio. All of this is going to stay the same as we talk about the change to the risk budget. So just to be clear, the structure stays the same, as does the benchmark. If we go to the next slide, please. This slide provides a little bit more information on the underlying strategies within the passive and the active parts of the CIS portfolio. Note that the CIS passive equity strategies, that's 45% of the portfolio in green, we don't consider them to be what we sort of say are purely passive index strategies. They're really enhanced passive strategies. We refer to them as low carbon risk controlled strategies. They induce between them somewhere between 300 to 100 basis points, 30 to 100 basis points of tracking error, as they're also seeking to reduce exposure to the most carbon intensive industries. So just to be clear that when we call them, they're passive related to our active, but they're still got an active element within it, which is important to note when we think about the overall range we're looking at. Next slide, please. These are the 3 types of strategies that will continue to be the sort of 3 core pillars of the CIS public portfolio. I will indicate, again, they have a different risk spectrum. We have been in a process, and we've been telling you about this over the last sort of year to 18 months, of reducing that blue column of the activist managers, our allocation to those, which, as you can see, obviously have the highest active risk as well. That process is continuing. A lot of those strategies have lockup periods, so it's not something that we can turn on and off, overnight, but we are continuing to reduce our exposure to those strategies. Our target is for those to be about 10 to 15% of the total portfolio within the next year, down from the current percentage of about 25%. Next slide, please. A very quick reminder of the goals of the CIS public portfolio, which sort of emphasize that it is an actively managed portfolio with an emphasis on how sustainability factors can be value drivers in the investment process. And this is really sort of a longer way of saying the fact that this is active is reflected in the more active risk range that we're recommending compared to our global equity colleagues, who, as you remember, have a 10 to 50 basis point risk range. If I go to my next slide, please. So this is the big reveal, although I think I probably started with it in the headline, which is that the recommendation is to move towards a 50 to 250 basis points risk budget range. We're already managing the portfolio to this range. And I sort of indicated as well with that shift that we're making to the activist part of the portfolio. This number is expected, the 183 basis point currently, to reduce as we continue to reduce those strategies. So that's the sort of trajectory. We detail that a little bit more in the agenda item. One thing to note again that's slightly different, and we had to do it differently a little bit to our global equity and our fixed income colleagues, is that because parts of our portfolio have a less track record and less sort of history, and because the portfolio has been under significant transition for a number of years, we haven't been able to rely on back testing in perhaps the same way as our colleagues have. But thanks to Josh Dedish and the risk team, they really helped us sort of forecast forward as best we can with this limited back history, and also stress test for all different types of scenario, whether we believe that this range is appropriate regardless of different market outcomes. And we are all comfortable that this is appropriate after the testing that they have conducted for us, and also in working with our colleagues at Makita to challenge and test this as well. We will follow the same reporting requirements and mechanisms that Glenn and Rosie mentioned and Scott outlined. And I will leave it there, and Phil and I are open to any of your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Kirsty. We'll open it up to questions from the committee. Let's see, we have a question from Karen.
Hi, thanks, Kirsty and Scott. One of the things in the Makita memo, and I guess I just want to just kind of confirm and just clarify in my own mind about the compensation and benchmarking policy, the implications of that, and that it's going to be worked as a total across the asset classes, and just to be, and is it only public at this point?
Yes, so the risk budget are going to be applied to the public portfolios, in this case, the CIS global equity portfolio.
Okay.
From a compensation perspective, Steve McCord had outlined that he made a recommendation to our CEO to maintain or approve a 45 basis point target for compensation purposes.
Yeah, so just to be clear, there's no change in either the benchmark or the targeted level of outperformance by the risk budget.
Okay, so when we talk about a benchmark review then, and is this going to be covering all the areas, and it will be done during this fiscal year?
That's correct. So this will be subject to that review. And so there may very well be changes to this as we conclude our review. And from a timing perspective, it's intended to be done this year.
Okay, so what does that look like when you say the review? Who does what, and how? What does that look like?
I'm not sure, Harry, if you want to highlight some of the comments that you had earlier.
Sure. Thanks, Steve. And then I can see Chris popped on the screen.
Yeah, sorry for being repetitious, but
oh, no,
I just wanted to clarify.
Not at all, Karen. This is really important. It's something that we've been brought to our attention for some time now. Is the hope is that the conversations around benchmarking, policy changes, and the impact on compensation, that there's as I think Alan Hemken used, is a harmonizing, it's a consistency that takes place. And because compensation committee is now the full committee of the board, it might get a little clunky for the entire board to try to have that conversation. So I want to speak with Amy McDuffie and of course Brian Bartow to get guidance as to whether or not we could have two board members working closely with Makita to accomplish the goals, so that those recommendations then could come back to the full board for adoption for the beginning of the 21-22 year. Hopefully that makes 22-23 year, excuse me. Does that help, Karen?
Yes, that helps. Thank you.
Chris?
Yes, sir. I would like to plan, I'm fine with a subcommittee, but I would just like to plant a flag. You have an offsite coming up in October. If you would indulge us, I would love to take just a half a day, maybe not more than 2 hours, to have Makita present to you all of our benchmarks. We're going to actually have Shafat present all of our benchmarks from what's really, really accurate and transparent to what's really more opaque. And then also have Makita then go through and present what we call the bogey, the benchmark goal for each of them. And we totally agree. Some of them are frankly kind of stale. And then you could have a subcommittee who could approve them and bring them back to the board. But I think the board really would benefit from an education of what makes a benchmark and where do all of them stand. And then get into the, as we say, the goal for each one, which is in essence the same thing as the incentive comp, the bogey of what we're looking for.
No, bogey's wrong.
Bogey is wrong, is a bad, birdie? Not sure.
No, par is probably better what you're talking about.
Well,
Goal.
par is the benchmark. That's what
Right.
the average score should be. So our goal is to have a birdie on every asset class to be outperforming, which is odd. So we want to be over the return, which is better than par.
Got it. Okay.
Good catch, Karen. Thank you. And Chris, I think you should go for an eagle, not a birdie.
That's where risk comes in. How much risk do you want to take? And it is like golf, you know,
Yeah.
do you want to take that much risk that you overshoot the hole? Because then there's a higher risk and have a bigger problem. So it's an interesting dilemma. But I think, as Makita has said, risk and return go hand in hand. So as you're setting risk budgets, it's very important to make sure that's aligned with the return goals you've set for us.
Great. Okay. Thank you. Karen, does that help address your question?
Yes, thank you.
We will be spending more time on this, I think in a forum yet to be determined, whether it is time at the offsite or in a future board meeting, and with the support of a small subcommittee. But we'll,
Right.
we know that people have commented on this with some of the policy changes proposed at the last few meetings. So it's a priority, I know, for Harry and Sharon for the year.
Right. I'm always concerned about the process. So thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you for
Great.
clarification.
Thank you, Karen. Yeah. Okay. So no other questions right now, Kirsty or Scott, on the CIS risk budget. Again, first reading. So the plan right now would be to bring it back for a second reading at our September meeting. Okay. Thank you, Kirsty.
Thanks, Madam Chair.
Okay, now we'll move to 13C, private equity policy revision. Scott, are we going straight to Margot and Rob? Okay, great. Okay.
Hi, Joy. Hello. I'm Margot Worth. I'm the Director of Private Equity, here to talk about proposed policy changes. Two overlapping themes of these policy changes are growth in the program size. So the program's gotten much bigger over the last 3 or 4 years. It's going to continue to grow. We feel we need to be looking at, considering, and making larger investments. The other main theme is Collaborative Model 2.0. I'm going to just spend a couple minutes here as kind of a review of Collaborative Model 1.0 and for new board members. In 2018, we laid out a vision, a roadmap, and a goal for Collaborative Model 1.0. And we, let me just touch on the goal. We said we wanted to focus on co-investments, and we wanted to raise the proportion of co-investments in private equity from under 5% of our annual commitments going to co-investments to over 20%. I'd like to go to slide 4. And at that time, we had looked at, and you remember we had the outside advisors come in as part of the collaborative model. We were asked to look at competitive advantages. We had quite a few, but we asked the board for 3 things at that time for us to proceed. We asked for buy-in to the program, we asked for more resources, and we asked for more flexibility. The board obliged our request, and we proceeded. Flash forward within the 3 or 4 years we mentioned for our first interim goal. Let me say, I'd like to go to volume 5, slide 5. This year we will meet that 20% of annual commitments going to co-investments. I'll point out, not only was that a 4-fold increase in percentage, but at the same time, our program annual commitments were also basically doubling. The performance has been quite good. We can go to slide 6. We were hoping to see at least a 4% spread over the partnership performance, and we are getting that. Also, with respect to the last time since we started Collaborative Model 1.0, is we're building for the future. And so the next slide, please. Over the last 6 to 12 months, we've also expanded the size of the team in general, and you can see that group to the left there. That team is now co-investment specialists. And so we have people that are designated as co-investment specialists, focusing primarily on co-investments. So part of why we're here today is we want to go to Collaborative Model 2.0. And what will that entail? Well, we can go back to the roadmap that we set up in 2018, which envisioned us reaching this point. And it basically requires continued buy-in by the board, yet more resources, and yet more flexibility. And so I want to discuss 2 of the additional flexibility we're asking for as part of our 2.0 efforts. Before I do that, though, I do want to go back to the size component. And Rob Ross, who's been the chief architect of our policy change here and wrote up the materials. Rob, can you describe, show the chart, which is additional information for the board to consider on the size issue?
Sure. So hi, Robert Ross, a portfolio manager in private equity. If we could move to slide 10. We've proposed 2 changes in delegation limits that kind of flow through. These, we refer to them as position size limits. The first is on the partnership side, and that is going from a $750 million position size limit to a $1.5 billion position size limit. And if you note on this page, with the growth of the program, which ironically, if you think about just back in 2017, we were only a $17 billion program. And today, as of 2021, we're now a $37 billion program. And so our percent going to those levels do take an initial step up, but with our projected growth, as you see, converge back down. So we would move, initially it would look like a 4% position going back down to a 2% position over time. If we do nothing, and that's the gray line, the gray dotted, you can see where our position size limit would take us down to, approaching 1%. From a co-investment standpoint, if you move to slide 11, there we go. You'll see we want to move from 250 million, which we approved in 2017, to 750 million, which again may seem like a big step up, but in reality, given the growth of the program and the substantial benefits we've gotten from a return standpoint, this actually is not as substantial as the numbers may seem in and of itself. And as you can see, that would really, even at 750, which again is a position size limit, not what we're targeting, would be around 1.5% of the overall private equity policy. And as our co-investment, NAV, excuse me, and as our co-investment program grows, it also decreases on the impact of the overall program, still maintaining significant diversification by position. May I turn it back to you, Margot?
Yeah, Rob, I would just add that we did get some questions about diversification. We think these policy limits are perfectly congruent with good diversification practices. We are maniacs for diversification. We spend a lot of time focused on diversification. In our asset class, everything we do gets approval at the CIO or DCIO level. So once we want to make an investment, Chris and Scott look at it, and one of the most frequent questions from them is portfolio fit. So, is it impossible to, is it completely foolproof to get into diversification problems with these limits? Well, it's never foolproof, but I think these limits are reasonable and they give us flexibility, and in conjunction with our practices and skill sets and demonstrated responsibility in the past, we think it makes sense. And you can see on both of the slides as a metric, and what these slides show is what is the size of the delegation limit relative to the size of the portfolio, which we think is the most applicable limit. We're really at a historic low right now on both of them. You can go back to the slide before also. The next one forward, please, 10. So let's go ahead to slide 12. And so I want to go back to Collaborative Model 2.0 and discuss the two asks there that we think give the flexibility to help us continue doing more co-investing. The concept of Collaborative Model 2.0 will be to use the roadmap to go beyond the 20%. And again, this is always prefaced with assuming assuming high quality deal flow exists to go beyond 20 and go into the 25 to 35% range. The first thing I want to talk about is the independent fiduciary requirement. Little history here. Let's go back to the early 2000s. The program's much smaller than it is now. There's only 4 people on the investment staff plus the director. It's Margot Worth, it's Seth Hall, both of us still here, Deanna Winder, who just recently retired, Richard Rose. At that time, we had done, I think, 2 or 3 co-investments, period. That was the complete record. And so, and I think Jennifer and Seth may remember this better than me, but at a board meeting, there was a request that we get some more assurance that these co-investments are good investments. And at the time, the concept was, let's hire a national firm to come in and provide an opinion that recommends each co-investment as being a good investment for the plan. It turns out we could not find any takers for that engagement. Nobody wanted to do that. So it got modified, and we still had trouble, but what we settled on was, could we find an outside party to say the price being paid for the co-investment was within the range of reasonableness of comparable transactions at that time, and also that the due diligence done by the GP was in conformance with best industry practices. So that's what we've been working with for the last 20 years or so. So jump ahead till today. As of today, we have a $5 billion portfolio of co-investments. We have a dedicated staff. We have a successful record. We've done over 150 co-investments. We're also in a very competitive environment. And what's prized in the field of competition there, because to get the best co-investment, you want to invest with the best partners, and the best partners can pick their co-investors, is you want speed and certainty of close. And so the problem with this requirement now is our competitors don't have it. And so when they go and talk to the general partners, they sit there and say, we want to be in this deal subject to our own internal due diligence. What CalSTRS has to say is we want to be in this deal subject to our own internal due diligence, but also the due diligence of a third party. And so it's unusual, and it's less appealing to the general partners. You know, this is just my personal thought. You know, I think staff, and I think sometimes the market perceives it as, you know, we're in a bicycle race and we're the ones in there with training wheels on our bike. And, you know, we have proven we can compete despite that, but we do think that that is a detriment to the program at this point. And what we want to do is for run-of-the-mill co-investments where we're investing alongside an existing partner, we're suggesting that that requirement be eliminated to put us on par with other industry best-in-breed players. The last item has to do with we would use this next one sparingly, but again, our competitors, especially our global competitors, foundations and endowments, do not have the requirement that we must always co-invest this alongside of existing partners. But Rob, before I throw this one back to you, I'd like to go to slide 14. And I'm not going to go through this. This is included or discussed in the materials. This slide was actually prepared in 2018. This is the roadmap I was talking about. And if you look, and the idea here is it's moderate, it's measured, we're taking our time, we're building up our resources and skills before we take the next step. We put this chart together based on what we had seen other plans do. And other plans have gone straight to 5A and 5B, and they reside there and have kind of abandoned the simple co-investments, which are the mainstay of our program and will continue to be the mainstay. But there are situations where we think, if you look on, let me see, which number is it here? Number 3, that first bullet, this is something we envisioned in 2018 that we would eventually reach the point where we think it would make sense to take this step where we're not solely co-investing alongside existing GPs. And at this point, Rob, back to you.
Margaret, do you think we should go to slide 19?
Indeed.
Thank you. And I apologize if my voice was a little soft. I heard it might be. I've actually never been accused of that before, so that's good news. You know, if you take a step back to what Margot was saying, we are really looking to create the best opportunities for CalSTRS in private equity. We today, it just came out in the rankings, are the number 10 private equity investor in the world. And with that, we believe there's an opportunity for us to continue to assert that reputation of greatness in the industry. And to do that, we find that we need to be more able to be collaborative with a variety of global partners and funds. And we think this is what market is based on feedback from many of our peers. We want to increase the funnel of opportunities. We want future optionality. And if you think about it, the way our policy reads currently is it doesn't even give us the opportunity to co-invest with a partner where there are maybe multiple partners and capacity is limited. And so we have to partner with someone else. It is a technical issue, but it's something that precludes us from participating in potentially a good opportunity. We believe this change, by the way, which would still require an independent fiduciary. So that does not change that at all. It just broadens the funnel of opportunities that we will have in the marketplace. Mario, could I turn it back to you?
Yes, Robert. You know, one anecdote here. I mean, this is a live example. One of our best partners has a great deal, and they call us up and say, "Hey, here's a great deal. You should get into it." We're like, "Okay, sign us up." Oh, we can't give you any co-investment, but the partner we're investing with, another GP firm that you know you could co-invest with them. Well, this is a GP we used to be partners with. We're not anymore. We left over terms. We'd actually like to get back in with them. We know them. We like them. it's alongside one of our existing partners, and we had to let that deal go. We couldn't even consider it. And P.S., if we had done that, not only would we have gotten a good deal, it probably would have helped us in our efforts to get back in and get an allocation of that deal. And so I think the key takeaway here is this would be a small part of the program. We would only use it when there was a compelling reason, when this made more sense than existing with a partner. And, we would use it. We would use it very sparingly. But again, it's a competitive landscape. This is how other programs are doing it. And we would recommend that now is the time to, in a measured way, as we asked in the last time, rather than asking for it all once, expand the flexibility given to staff. And Rob, I'm going to conclude there unless you need to correct or add to anything I said.
Nope, well said.
Thank you, Rob.
Margot and Rob, thank you so much. I know that there will be some questions from board members, but I think we'll start with Harry.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Seeing Glenn and Rosie and now Margot and Rob, I don't know if the feelings are reciprocal. It just makes me realize how much I miss you guys. I can't wait to be in the boardroom together with you and having informal conversations on the side as well. As a general matter, I support what the staff is seeking. I think their presentation was concise, well thought through in terms of their rationale, not the least of which is the growing size of the portfolio or the asset class. We all know the importance that the asset class plays relative to the overall returns long-term. We also know that the world is getting smaller and smaller, and competition in this space is becoming more fierce. And I think there are other members on the board who have more experience in this area than I do. But overall, I'm supportive. What I would like to ask Rob and Margot and perhaps Makita or others who might weigh in, if the committee were to approve your requests, including the increased delegation and the wider funnel that you're seeing, have you thought through what reporting back to the board, the investment committee, would be appropriate in terms of our oversight and monitoring of this? Not in a complex way where we would ask for additional monitoring by Makita or anyone, but how have you thought about how you would keep the investment committee apprised as to the execution and the overall benefit to the returns over the long run?
Harry, I'll be quick and make room for Makita. I hadn't thought of that specifically, but in general, I think one important component besides these limits is our frequent communication with your representative, Makita. As specialty board consultant, I know the bandwidth is limited at the board meeting, but we're meeting with the Makita team every other week. And this is the senior team. This is me and the PMs, and we're telling them what we intend to do, telling them how it's going. And so I don't think, there's at least one check that, we're not going astray or going rogue. And the others check, I would just, and I know you weren't necessarily looking for check, but I think that is a check in monitoring. The other thing I just want to stress is in other programs, like at CalPERS, for instance, you have directors and PMs actually signing commitments. Here at CalSTRS, every commitment gets signed by the CIO, DCIO. And so it isn't just us, you do have that extra layer of protection there. But I'll turn it over to Steve.
Maybe, Margot, if I could just make a couple of comments. I think that probably the two largest risk areas to focus on with the evolution of the private equity portfolio would be the risk of concentration, or as we were talking about, diversification. I know that the private equity team has this analysis already. We could included in some reports that the board wants to see, but it just shows, for example, all the different co-investments and the sizes. It's broken out by industry sector as well. So I think that's one area to key in on. The other area, and Harry, I know this is something we've talked about, it's execution, right? So we're going to be executing on a little bit more of a direct model, that evolution to 1.0 to 2.0. And we're also going to be upping the size level. And so in my mind, we have the team built out to do this. We have the process to do it as well in terms of their underwriting and due diligence. But that's the other area that I would be focused on keying in on, is how are they executing the process?
Thanks, Scott. So I see both John and Steve are on from Makita. Any additional comment you'd like to add to respond to Harry's question?
Thanks very much, Steve Hart, Makita. As Margot mentioned, we have regular meetings with staff to discuss the program, how it's being executed, a variety of topics. And so that's in regular and in place, and we obviously can report back to the board as we see things. I think that as Margot and Rob pointed out, the private equity program, as well as other part of CalSTRS, as we've seen in parts today, is continuing to evolve, and there's continued changes that take place. And it's important to recognize not only the changes in the portfolio, but changes in how the industry is executing itself, and being able to be responsive to that, to make sure that the best opportunities are going to be seen and available to the CalSTRS organization. So I think that there can be, as we can think about with staff, maybe there are some particular metrics or things, or pieces of information that we can include in reporting, or otherwise provide information to the board to be able to understand about some of these topics and considerations, metrics, risk levels, things of that nature, that we can provide that information to the board and as part of the tracking.
Thank you, Joy, and thanks for the responses. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Okay, we've got several additional board members with questions. So we'll go next to Betty, and then it'll be Bill, Jennifer, and Karen. Betty?
Great, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the presentation. And I appreciate just the diligence that we have really pursued relative to the co-investment program. And I think it's really, everyone's been doing a great job about ramping that up over the past few years, and just the potential that it continues to have relative to its expansion. I guess I looked at these policy changes with a little bit of nervousness relative to the increased risk that they would present. Obviously, always looking at financial risk, but also potentially reputational risk, because we're making some changes here that I think are putting CalSTRS in kind of a different position, relative to GPs. And so I wanted to kind of get a little bit of a deeper dive about just kind of the thinking around that. And some of this, I know, Margot, as you stated, this is a fast-moving area. As you're seeing opportunities, as you're out there, just looking for potential engagements, a lot is out there. So I don't want to be in a position of missing opportunities. But I guess what I'm looking for is, just as we had, I think, kind of a lead up to how we're doing with co-investments, the expansion of it, and certainly the collaborative model, whether these policy changes, we can have maybe a little bit more of a engagement about what happens with the things that we're not going to continue to do, I guess. So things like dropping certain types of fiduciary opinions, things like if GPs are no longer, required to invest alongside, CalSTRS, then, how do we look at issues around alignment of interests and protection of our interests and the like. So kind of that whole body of questions that I guess we kind of had just a process for kind of working through in the past. I wanted to see if there was an opportunity to kind of have a session on those sets of questions.
Those are great questions, Betty. We will hold, we're going to take that back and then bring it to the next board meeting and discuss it. But quickly, just speaking a little bit about the fiduciary requirements, we had been contemplating removing the independent fiduciary necessary for co-investments where we're already aligned with the GP. We invest in their fund and we're co-investing alongside them. So number one, we have their body of work, we have our body of work, and we're aligned with them. We're not contemplating doing that if we were to expand our opportunity set and work with a GP that is not an existing partner. So there are some nuances here where I think you're keen in on, and we'll discuss it in a more full nature. But I just wanted you to know that we have thought about this, and we're ready to discuss it in more detail.
Okay, no, I appreciate that, and I don't want to put any roadblocks up, but I want to be sure we have our eyes open about just the potential risks that we may be additionally taking on with some of these changes. And Madam Chair, if I may, I want to refrain from asking some of my more specific questions, but see if I could just hopefully put in a request that perhaps we can have this item come up in a subsequent meeting in closed session, so that we can maybe have a little bit more of a clear discussion on this overall strategy.
Thank you very much, Betty. And I think even in the presentation that Margot and Rob did, I think you provided some great context for sort of what's happening in the market and what some of the opportunities are that may have or may present themselves in the future that this flexibility will better enable us to take advantage of. We can't get into details here, but I think for some of those specific pieces of information, I think that's maybe what the controller is getting at, is just being able to better understand that, given the kind of changes that are being proposed. So Scott, perhaps we can take that offline and figure out how to manage that.
Yeah, I like the idea of a closed session. I think that would be appropriate.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Betty. So next we've got Bill, and then we'll go to Jennifer. Bill?
Once again, I find myself aligned with Controller Yee, raising the concerns that I think really get to our fiduciary duty, making sure that we touch all the bases here. But I think the sort of overlay to all of that is, I want to once again commend, the staff of the investment division, because when you look at the contribution, the delta between co-investments and partnerships since this has been instituted, since this effort of really going aggressively at collaborative, going from 5% now to 20%, or the goal of 20%. The first year was 9%. This last year was almost 14%, the delta between, partnerships and co-investments. So you can see the benefit that is driven by, collaborative 1.0. The issue that I found a bit, that has to be fleshed out is the issue of underwriting and due diligence here, and whether or not we have sufficient skill sets that are identifiable to really meet that sort of concern that all of us have as fiduciaries, making sure that we have an appropriate amount of skill. And, we all have a great sense of loyalty to the people that are there today. But, we need to know that there's sufficient talent and ability to make those decisions without an external review.
And so, I would hope that that would be part of the discussion. Obviously, we've talked about it indirectly in terms of, the need to hire people who are, that have investment banking backgrounds, that can really do the valuations and really make those kinds of independent decisions. But that requires a different kind of skill set. So anyway, I think those kinds of discussions that Betty has encouraged us to have, and we've acknowledged that, thank you very much, staff, that we will have, I think will be very helpful for all of us. But overall overlay on all of this is, great job on, the collaborative model. Keep it up. I think this is one of the ways that we'll be able to ultimately, sort of bend the curve, as we've talked about before. And you can see it in some of the projections made earlier by Chris in his material on what we're doing. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Bill. Next, we'll go to Jennifer and then Karen.
Thank you, Joy. And thank you, Margot, Rob, and the whole team. I just wanted to express my strong support for what you're asking for the rationale that you have given, and commend you for the work that you've done. And I do see the proof points to date. And at the same time, I really feel strongly about the ability to have all see and believe that there's persistence in the rigorous process, the discipline, the willingness to walk away, and how we'll look at these opportunistic deals that might come to us outside of the managers that are in the portfolio. I get it, I believe in it, but I think having that additional information around it would be very helpful. And I might also take a question Harry asked on an earlier item is, as part of that consideration, we do have talent, and our talent has shown engagement toward the results that we've seen, and would like to, consider whether some type of a key person trigger of some kind, if we're going this route, may make sense or not. I don't want to start sort of over engineering this, but just putting that on the table if it ends up making sense at some point. Thank you.
Jennifer. Karen.
Hi, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Margos and team. One of the things that I was looking at is the fiduciary council, and people have already touched upon it already. And I guess one of my big questions to myself is, wouldn't that fiduciary council be another guardrail for protection? And I guess my understanding is that it's only the elimination of that is only for the co-investments, but then the other investments will be status quo. Is that correct? And then, and what is the rationale for eliminating the fiduciary council for the co-investments?
So Karen, I think the basic premise is in the normal case, the bread and butter, the mainstream, most 80%, 90% of the program at least, we are co-investing alongside a partner that we've known. We're co-investing alongside a partner that has had a fiduciary review and our advisor has also approved. And so we've approved the advisor, we are participating in those investments, and we have an opportunity to participate in some of those investments at an extremely attractive economic deal. So I think we're weighing the benefit of this compelling co-investment economics against a protection, and I would leave it to others to describe whether that protection is significant, and but also is not industry standard, at least within the peer group that we want to place ourselves and that we are in, and it's not industry standard.
Yeah.
So, go ahead, Scott. I'm sorry.
Well, just really quickly, I think that it is a guardrail, but I think what Margot is trying to describe is it's juxtaposed against other guardrails. One consideration is the guardrail of our GP and all of the work content that they've done. And then there's the guardrail of staff. Do we have the talent? Do we have the process? Do we have the experience to do the reviews? And I think the upside of this, as Margot had mentioned, is to compete on a global scale against folks who have a very streamlined process. And in fact, many of our peers have chosen not to have this additional guardrail because they feel confident in the other two guardrails. So what we should be doing is bringing forward our process to you, maybe in this discussion that Joy and Chris and I will have, so you'll fully understand what already exists in place, and what way the need of additional fiduciary counsel in this.
One little preview and add on to that is we do have staff that have worked in that role of valuation expert, sometimes big time New York valuation premier firms in our group, and as skilled often as the independent fiduciaries as we're doing. So to one extent, we've gone from a staff that was only a few people and the record was 2 or 3 co-investments to a staff that's done it for 20 years intensively for 3 or 4 years, has 150 of these, and now has people that have worked full time in that profession of doing valuation, which is the key component of that independent fiduciary. So when Scott said do it in-house, I thought, well, I kind of left out that perspective. We have the ability to do it in-house now in spades.
So then what I understand it is that by eliminating the fiduciary counsel, independent fiduciary counsel for the co-investments, that
mainstream ones, yes.
Right, it will enable CalSTRS to move quickly or quicker to get the deal, as you always call it, the deal. Yep. And so to get that deal, because those the fiduciary counsel analysis takes time, and I guess staff also says that it costs money to do that as well.
It's a competitive disadvantage. Everyone else comes and they say, we're in subject to our confirmatory due diligence. CalSTRS says, we're in subject to our confirmatory due diligence and us getting a permission slip from a third party. And they're like, okay, what is this? And so what we think in some cases, if it's a very sensitive deal and they need high certainty of close, they just aren't going to call us. They say, well, yeah, we can call CalSTRS on these run-of-the-mill ones, but and oftentimes it's these ones that happen in special circumstances that are particularly appealing, and we can give you examples. And I'm not saying we never get called. We do get some of those deals, but in investing, small advantages can make a big difference, and this is a disadvantage. And so I would implore the board to really weigh what benefits you're getting of this, in which we would suggest we don't think it's much, with the detriment it has, and has it become counterproductive? And one indication that it might be counterproductive is basically in our peer group, we're the only ones doing it. And also remember, this was established 20 years ago. This is a framework that was established 20 years ago. So
let me just interject. Karen, I see Tiffany, our one of our fiduciary counsel, is on screen. So I'd love Tiffany to have you comment on this.
Could I interject? And I'm sorry. The only reason I want to interject is your other fiduciary counsel, Chris Waddell, has actually worked on the item and is prepared to opine on it. So you now have a surplus of fiduciary counsel, but I do want you to know that Chris has worked on this with staff for quite a while and is prepared to offer you his insight and advice.
I didn't see Chris on. I'm sorry. I had looked at this one briefly as well. Well, just one quick comment is I wanted to suggest that this policy really implicates kind of two fiduciary functions. The first one obviously is delegation, the other one's oversight. And so it's important just to make sure that those two are directionally consistent as you're considering this. And independent reassurance is an important component of oversight. And then the second point I just wanted to suggest, because you are all making, having really great questions and considering really important issues from a process perspective, but peer practices and defining who your peers are and what they're doing when you're looking at these issues, I think will also be relevant. So.
Thanks, Tiffany. Hi, Chris. Is there additional comment that you'd like to make as well?
Well, first off, you can never have too many fiduciary counsel.
I disagree.
Bob, thank you.
You know, we've had extensive discussions about this policy change with both Makita and staff makes a very compelling argument for why they believe this change is appropriate. We don't take a position on the appropriateness of the change. We simply are focused our inquiry on ensuring that the board is following a prudent process in considering this policy adoption. And I think a lot of what's been said today in consideration after more information is developed at your September meeting is a good way to go and fulfills the prudent process. But I think more globally, I think it's really significant. I looked at some of the other items on the policy changes, investment policy changes, and there's a very straightforward Makita memorandum that recommends the policy change. In this particular instance, there's not a recommendation from Makita. Instead, that Makita asks a number of, I think, well-founded questions focusing on 3 particular areas of the policy changes that we frankly keyed off of in, thinking about, additional questions that would be warranted for following, making sure that a prudent process is being followed. And honestly, I think the simplest or the most appropriate safeguard for the board, for the committee, is for their consultant Makita to hopefully get to the point where they've considered all of the information. And we've talked a lot today about increased staff capabilities, the fact that peers that private equity is trying to do co-investments with don't have this independent fiduciary requirement. I think that if Makita can do a further review and get to the point where on the second reading, they can recommend the policy change and specify the reasons why they're recommending it, that's probably the ultimate safety guard for you, is if their consultant provides that opinion and advice.
Thank you, Chris. I think it's, getting the additional feedback from you and from Tiffany, as well as the initial comments from Makita, I think will be really helpful. I think a number of board members have raised some opportunity for more information and more discussion that'll be helpful, and we can continue to sort of, probe these issues at the September meeting. Harry has his hand up. I'll turn it over to Harry.
Thanks, Joy. Great discussion. Thanks, Chris, for your commentary there. I think it's very wise and good advice for us to follow. I just want to second Controller Yee's line of questions and suggestions. I really think that our staff working with council should find appropriate reason for us to discuss some of these issues that would be appropriate in closed session because of given the nature of all that this asset class brings, right? And the opportunity sets that are presented to staff. I think there's, it would be time well spent. I want to thank the controller for raising those thoughts, because I had not thought of those issues until she raised them. And I think that's very wise advice, and I think we'd be smart to follow it.
Thank you, Harry. Let's see, I don't see any other board members with their hands raised. So I think, again, this was a first reading. So Margot and Rob, thank you very much. Appreciate it. I've taken notes. I'm sure you all and Scott have as well. And we'll make sure that we develop a plan for, how we bring some of these issues back for, more information, more discussion in September, and then kind of take it from there in terms of next steps with the policy changes. I don't want to overlook the fact, I think it was one of you who said that this morning it was announced that we were considered, top 10 in terms of private equity teams to work with. I'm not surprised to hear that. I know that you're the team and the experience that you all have do amazing work. And I think we're all here to find ways to make sure that you can keep doing that work and take advantage of the opportunities that are coming. But I think all the questions that people have laid out are the right ones for us to ask to make sure that we both understand and are comfortable with process changes, and that we ourselves are comfortable with the process we're using to approve those changes. So, we'll share more information and continue the discussion next month.
Thank you,
Okay.
Joy.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. Let me just pause and ask Danielle or Samantha, are anybody in public comment for this item?
There are no members of the public in queue.
Okay. Let me see. So, Chris, I see you on screen. We've got June and Lachey on the agenda. I also know that we're running behind. So, what do you? And I'm trying to look at the rest of the agenda here that we have. We don't have a ton in the afternoon. So, do you recommend that we move forward with this right now?
I do. I think we can get it done fairly quickly, and then closed session should be pretty efficient.
Okay. Okay, great. Well, we'll turn it over to you. Welcome. June, good to see you. And Lachey, I think some of us have had a chance to meet you and see you briefly on screen, but it'll be great to hear your presentation today. So Chris, I think you're kicking it off.
I just want to say, for the new board members, we have been active in diversity since early 2000. We had a long-term business plan before it was acquired, and it's due for reinvigoration. And so, I made some comments that were not taken well by the press a few years ago. So we redoubled our efforts, created a steering committee, hired a dedicated person, and I want to turn it over to June, who is our chair of our steering committee, to describe our new renewed effort on diversity.
Thank you, Chris. Good afternoon, members of the Investment Committee. I am your Director of Global Equity, June Kim, but I'm presenting this item in the role as Chair of the Investments Diversity Steering Committee. I'm joined today by Lachey Badalita, who is the first Diversity Investment Officer for CalSTRS Investments. We will be presenting a brief overview of the past. Could you go one more slide, please? We'll provide a brief overview of where we have been, what we're doing right now in our diversity efforts, and then we'll focus on a roadmap that takes us into the future. We request and we welcome your input and feedback on this item, so please feel free to provide that for us. Next slide, please. Diversity is a core value of CalSTRS, and our efforts to expand diversity in the management of investments started over 30 years ago. In 1989, we allocated our first commitment to small, diverse, or what's also called emerging managers. And then in the 2000s, diversity was integrated into our investment policy, expanded across all asset classes. In the 2012-13 time period, we laid out a long-term strategic plan related to our efforts in diversity, and that resulted in annual progress reports that would go to the legislature and also to the public. So our latest and our 7th annual progress report is what's on our .com site now, and it presents data as of year-end 2019. Next slide, please. We focus on 3 primary areas in our efforts for diversity. So it's diversity of investment staff, diversity of the investment management industry, and then diversity on corporate boards. So this highlights a few of the efforts in those areas. The first 2, events and the emerging manager program, focuses on diversifying the investment industry. We have hosted a gender diversity workshop called Beyond Talk, which many of you know about, and we started that 5 years ago. Later this year, we'll be co-hosting our 10th Beyond Talk. And it's well received, and it really focuses on action to further diversify investment management firms and bring more women into leadership positions. Our emerging manager program, of the money that we allocate with external managers or partners, 15% of that is managed by what we consider diverse or emerging managers. For the focus on the diversity of investment staff, we have some stats here on the internal talent of CalSTRS investments. And then we also continue our summer student internship program. And you met those interns for this year earlier. The diversity effort for corporate boards, this falls under the SIS team, the Sustainable Investment and Stewardship Strategies team, and that's part of their work plan. So what we're talking about today is more focused on the diversity of staff and diversity of investment industry efforts. And then the corporate board diversity, as mentioned, will reside with SIS and that team. And the last square on this slide is the Diversity Steering Committee that Chris mentioned, and we created this a couple years ago. It's comprised of leadership of the investment branch, and it's to help direct and manage and guide the diversity efforts of the investments branch. We're doing a lot of different things in a lot of different areas, but we want it to be impactful. And we're doing this because we feel that it will help us achieve our financial objectives. And so the steering committee helps provide some more structure around that and guide the branch's activities. And so we hired our first diversity investment officer to help with those efforts. Lachey joined us in January of 2021, and I will hand it over to Lachey from here.
Thank you, Jim. And good afternoon to the committee members. Next slide, please, Jonathan. Thank you. So broadly speaking, when it comes to the term of diversity, in the industry, we hear D&I, DEI. So there's various nomenclature, but at times they have synonymous, they are used in synonymous ways. And so one of the first tasks that Chris Ellman and Scott wanted the steering committee to do is create a definition specifically for the investment branch, whereas we can focus as well as have the ability to measure and monitor our progress and impact over time. In creating this particular definition, we worked with human resources and public affairs. And one fun thing that we also did was create a visual video of providing the definition of our diversity, as well as illustrating the diversity of our investment team. So Jonathan, if you can please show the video. Thank you.
At CalSTRS, diversity supports our mission to secure the financial future
and sustain the trust of California's educators.
We believe diversity of experience, background, skills,
gender, race, culture, and all the ways people can differ from one another.
Visibly or not, produces a diversity of thought
that leads to better decision-making and better results.
The investments branch is committed to measuring and managing our progress in education,
attracting, hiring, developing,
promoting, paying,
partnering with and investing in a diverse array of practitioners
within CalSTRS and across the financial markets.
Diversity means recruiting and retaining a diverse internal investment team, as more than half of CalSTRS assets are internally managed by staff. Gender parity is critical for a fund like CalSTRS, where more than 70% of members are women. Representation of different racial and ethnic backgrounds protects the fund against groupthink, and representation across generations promotes diversity of experience. CalSTRS also diversifies our external asset management by investing in various asset classes with emerging and diverse managers.
Great, thank you. Okay, next slide, Jonathan. Let's see the presentation. Great, thank you. So coming off the momentum of this new definition of diversity for the investment branch, as Chris mentioned, we thought it would be appropriate to then produce and implement the next edition of our long-term strategic plan for the diversity and investment management. Recall the purpose of the long-term strategic plan is to formalize the programs and goals that the investment branch will pursue over several years. However, in order to sort of produce and implement this long-term strategic plan, staff had to employ somewhat of a plan as to how to get there. And what we refer to internally is a strategic roadmap that is pretty much a product of innovation, pliability, and collaboration across the portfolio, working with the directors, the staff, as well as the diversity steering committee. And in sum, the roadmap has 4 core objectives: clarity, priorities, relevance, and implementation. And so I will now walk you through each objective in the sequence order of numbers 1 through 4. Next slide, please. So the first core objective is clarity. That will provide the opportunity to map the range of current activity on DEI. Ultimately, this will provide an opportunity to gain a perspective of the existing structure of activity throughout the branch, but also being that the investment diversity officer is a new role, gauge what the expectations of this role is going forward. Next slide, please. The second objective is priorities, where we will identify areas of focus, sequence, and coordination across the portfolio. So just as important as it is that we know what we're doing internally, it's also important that we sort of take a step back, humble ourselves to seek knowledge of industry practices that our peers are doing. And I believe it was member Betty Yee who mentioned how the possibly exploring DEI in the private asset space. So this would be sort of an example where we actually reach out to Washington State and sort of gauge or learn more about what they're doing in that particular space, just to give you an example. And then she also mentioned the diversity forum that we co-hosted with CalPERS. And so far the feedback has been quite positive and inspiring. And so that's also displays a degree of commitment and interest from the investment community. And we think that CalSTRS can certainly leverage off of the opportunity of working with and reaching out to our peers in the industry. Next slide, please. For objective number 3 is relevance, where staff will establish opportunities that CalSTRS has capacity and where there is potential impact on our risk and return profile. And with this, I want to emphasize that we do recognize that diversity investment management has its challenges. However, we want to recognize that there are opportunities for us. So we certainly want to keep an open mind and diligently analyze what we've learned internally and externally from core objectives 1 and 2, and then proceed with delivering and defining 1-year, 3-year, and 5-year strategic objectives that we could pursue over the total portfolio. Next slide, please. The fourth and last core objective is implementation, which is a plan delivery of key components with reporting targets integrated into our investment strategies. And this particular objective embodies the appropriate pace and accountability factor. And Chris commonly says, walk the talk, if you will, by way of collectively taking these steps to achieve our diversity goals, but then also having the ability to monitor and measure progress over time. Next slide, please. In closing, I would add that as Chris mentioned, we are redoubling our efforts in this space. And the CFA is also planning to release some guidance in regards to DEI implementation. So I would say that we are very much in sync with the industry's advancement in diversity. We thank you for your time to present this material to you, and we welcome any questions and/or feedback you may have. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much, Lachey. We do have a couple of questions. We'll go to Harry.
Thanks, June. Thanks, Lachey. We definitely have to get back to meeting in person. This is too much. Unwavering support for your efforts on this whole initiative. Look forward to monitoring and and seeing what evolves over time. Personally, I'm deeply committed to the efforts, and I know our board is as well. And I think this past 15 months or so for me personally reinforced that for those of us that are in positions of authority, we have a great obligation. Jerome Powell said on some of these issues that the Fed can't solve some of these issues that exist in society, but they certainly can be part of the solution. And I know we at CalSTRS have been part of the solution and continue to be so. So congratulations on the work to date. To what extent have conversations, if at all, existed across the organization? This is really relative to the investment branch, what the investment branch is doing internally, and then what we can do externally. What are the conversations happening across CalSTRS outside of the investment branch? What does that look like, and what's the opportunity to just get some synergy going?
I'll start, and then if anybody wants to jump in. We do dialogue with groups outside of the investments branch. And for example, the diversity forum, Lachey worked closely with TJ from our HR branch to be the lead point people from CalSTRS in that effort with CalPERS. Lachey or Chris, you want to add anything?
Yeah, I'll jump in, Harry. It's all closely tied back into HR because one of the things, I've actually been pushing on HR. Diversity is more than skin deep. It's more than what we can see, and especially in California. Remember, June was Pride Month. Now it involves questions that HR tells me I can't ask. So how do I measure something I can't even ask about? So it's very much intertwined into everything we're doing because we need to push the envelope within the state civil service system, but we also need to push the envelope so that we're allowed to ask our managers and figure out a way. We've struggled with what's the definition of a diverse manager. Is it just the CEO at the top? Is it a privately owned firm? Is it Goldman Sachs? Is it JP Morgan? Is it Nikko in Japan only? It's really hard to figure out. So we're leaning on the industry externally through the CFA steering committees on DE&I, but then also internally with HR. They understand our dilemma, but we literally don't have answers yet. So right now, a lot of it is just survey based.
If I may add one more example, in our recruitment efforts, and this is part of the collaborative model, part of the HR pillar, where in our recruitment efforts, we work closely with HR to see how do we expand our net as wide as possible to get as many different types of candidates as possible. And it doesn't just happen by chance that you end up with a diverse workforce, right? We have to be very diligent and focused in our efforts. And Scott Chan and I sat down with HR to look through the staff to see, we have good diversity at certain classifications, but then if you had a whole generation of people retire, the investments branch would look very different in terms of the mix. And so we need to take deliberate efforts and put the processes in now. And so we've collaborated very closely with HR. It's an ongoing collaboration. So that's one other example for you.
Yes, and if I may add, this collaboration is mentioned in the business plans for the investment branch. So you'll see a common thread across some of the asset classes where recruitment is in regards to having a diverse pool of candidates to select from is there.
Great, thanks everyone. Before we close this item, Melissa, I see you popped on the screen. Anything that you want to add?
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Melissa Norsha, Director of Human Resources. I just wanted to go back to Harry's question, because what I think I heard him ask was, what at the enterprise level is occurring for the rest of the employees. And what I can share is we do have a very, comprehensive D&I effort that we've undertaken many years ago. And it includes, it touches on our onboarding, which is, we have required onboarding classes that are focused on D&I for our new employees. All of our existing employees have gone through it. It also is woven into development opportunities, our recruitment opportunities. And so definitely this is something I want the board to be aware of, that not only does it live within investments, but it's actually woven into the culture of CalSTRS. And it is something that we fully support. And actually, it is going to be included as an initiative in our business plan for 21-22, where we'll give it additional focus and make sure that the path that we're on is the right path. And if there's any opportunities to improve the strategies, that we leverage those, and we work across the organization, including with investments, to ensure that DE&I is something that really is at the enterprise level as well.
Thanks, Melissa, for hopping on. Really appreciate the comments. Appreciate it. Thanks so much.
Sure.
Thanks, Melissa. Brian, I see you here. Did you want to offer a comment as well?
I did. Thank you. Yeah, I've worked closely with Melissa and others. We developed a diversity and inclusion policy years ago. We developed a training program enterprise-wide years ago. We have a diversity and inclusion council that's enterprise-wide. I sit on that council with a number of very diligent and knowledgeable people to look at these efforts from an enterprise-wide level. So I do want you to know that we have been working on this for years. We've looked at the legal issues. I'm very often called upon to try to interpret some really difficult legal questions that have to do with civil service, have to do with Prop 209. There are other issues. So I want you to just point out, in addition to what Melissa said, that this doesn't happen in a vacuum. There is a tremendous effort on the CalSTRS-wide stage to address this, and it is in our business plan and will continue to be a major focus of the rest of the organization as well.
Great. Thank you, Brian. Thank you, Harry. So June and Lachey, thank you very much for the presentation. We look forward to continuing to hear updates on the progress and the implementation of the plan. And I think I just want to add that, Lachey, I'm so glad that you've been able to join us, because while I think we have a tremendous track record, and June and Chris and others on the investment team, as well as in the organization, have clearly made diversity, equity, and inclusion a priority, the signal that we send externally when we have someone whose sole job it is and accountability it is to focus on this and make sure that we're driving initiatives forward and making progress is really important. So, great work so far, and I'm sure we'll continue to just build on everything that we've done, both internally as well as to exert our influence externally. So great, Chris.
Thank you for those words, Joy. I just want to add that with the close of this, June and particularly Lachey hit the road virtually for a road show to meet with all of the affinity partners, introduce Lachey, make sure they understand she's our point of contact. We're all going to stay involved. I'll still go to all the conferences. We'll attend many of them, but we really now, once we've come to you and presented, now it's time to present it to the external audience as well.
Fantastic. Good. The airports are already crowded, I will tell you. People are traveling like they forgot how to travel. So enjoy the road show. Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Samantha, anyone in the queue for public comment on that item?
There are no members of the public in queue.
Okay, great. All right, we're on the home stretch. Agenda item 15, it's a review of information requests. Alex, are you able to come back on screen, and maybe we can just briefly recap what we've got on the list?
Sure, I'll walk through some of these. Maybe we can compare lists. I have an item 4B. I have a note here to follow up with Makita to form a small working group in connection with some of the comments that they made. I don't know if you had that in there.
Yep.
I had a note here for item 9 to follow up on the benchmarks referred in the work plan and other details, critical pieces in the work plan that have not been discussed.
Great.
And I think that will be coming back, obviously, in the next September meeting.
Mm-hmm.
Item 10A through K, I had a note here to explore diversity forum with ILPA, CalSTRS, and CalPERS. Item 13B, I have a note to follow up items related to compensation and benchmarking, report back to board on action, review, etc. Talk with Makita and the Office of the General Counsel about benchmarks and comp in closed session. What else? Possible subcommittee note. And I have an item 13C, working session for additional risks we may be taking, engagement on things we are not going to be doing, such as fiduciary reports, getting rid of the fiduciary council. And again, have this item come up in the future in closed meetings to discuss with council. The last note I have here is additional comments from Makita, additional comments and recommendations from Makita prior to the next meeting on this topic, 13C.
Okay. Yeah, and I think maybe your last comment was related to mine, was sort of having Makita come back with a recommendation for how to report or provide metrics to the committee related to if there are changes that we make to our private equity policy.
Correct.
Great. Okay. Okay. That was a comprehensive list. Oh, I see Bill's got his hand raised. Bill?
Yeah, I may have misheard, but I thought that Harry said on the first request that he would confer with our consultant, our governance consultant, on how best to approach this. And I think that would be a good idea. I know that as the chair and my vice chair, Jennifer Erden, and Brian Bartow, and our consultant have gotten together. Amy and I, all of us have gotten together to discuss a lot of these kinds of issues. And it would, I think, be, before we engage on the process itself that has been, suggested as an alternative, maybe to check with Amy and to see, her suggestions on this as well. Harry, did I hear you correctly?
Yes, Bill, that accurately reflects my thinking on it. Thanks.
Great.
You should tap into Amy's suggestions on this governance issue and get her expertise and advice.
And remind, which item was that one?
The overall approach to the benchmarking, compensation, policy changes, to see whether or not there's a more streamlined approach to addressing some of these issues, rather than having 11 members of the board try to navigate very complicated issues with different levels of expertise, to tap into a couple of experts on the board working with our advisors to bring suggestions or recommendations to the full committee.
Right, and that
help.
Yeah, and that was with respect to items 13A, B, and C, correct? All of them, because I think that these benchmarkings and comp apply to all of them.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
okay,
right.
Very good.
Okay, great. Thank you, Alex.
You're welcome.
Okay, item 16 is just our draft agenda for our September committee meeting. Chris, is there anything you want to highlight?
It's our performance measurement meeting, so it will be long and it will be a thick book, even though it's digital. Nobody cares about weight anymore, but there'll be a lot of pages, but I really encourage you to go through it. Don't just read the executive summary. Obviously, knock on wood, it looks like a spectacular performance report, so that's exciting. I'll already steal Alan Imkin's words where he'll tell you it doesn't always repeat like this, which we all know. But we'll have the net zero and the climate action work plan having an item for the first time. So we'll have that on there in terms of the plan, process, pledge. And then we'll have the private equity discussion in closed session. I think just those four, performance and open and closed, and then those two will fill out a full day. So we'll be busy as always.
Okay, great. Okay, great. Okay, with that, I think we're done with open session. We'll now be moving into closed session. It's 2:52. Maybe if we could have everybody reconvene so that we start at 3 o'clock. And then our time for closed session shows 40 minutes, but we will work with Chris and try to speed that along as best we can. So we'll be back online to start at 3 o'clock for closed session. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. We're back in open session. I'd just like to announce that the investment committee took action on a confidential litigation matter while in closed session, and we have nothing else to report. Thank you, and we'll see you all in September. Okay, bye everyone. Bye, Alex.
Bye.